Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration and Krastorio², with Laurence, a long-time fan of space exploration, as your host. Marc as the pinnacle of German efficiency and industrial prowess. Tristan as a man who thinks anyone with less than 14,000 hours in-game is a noob. and Mike, as someone who turned up and won't go away.
Has Laurence muted himself?
I haven't. Nope, I've unmuted myself. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio Space Exploration with Krastorio². And what are we doing today? Well, I've found myself outside on the. Yes, you're quite right, Max. There was a sudden mic at the beginning of the beginning of the stream. I should know better, and I should have muted him already. But yes, so today we are playing Factorio with Space Exploration Krastorio². I'm off on a volcano planet. Tristan's off on a snowy planet, and the other two are attempting to steel themselves to the idea of rebuilding the smeltery. So we should be getting on with this. As ever, the stream is sponsored by trefoil.be. If you want to get your first, no, it's not first month free, and actually it's first month free if you apply basically today because it's the last day of the offer. But if you sign up later, you'll still get 20% off as long as you use the code Laurence Plays on checkout. So, right, what are we doing? Well, I'm trying to build all of this stuff up here. There seems to be a bit of a shortage of some of the stuff, but oh yes, I remember. It's because there's a lot of the belts and things are still inside the landing pad here, so they've not been pulled out ready to be used for all of this stuff. So let's get on with this. Yep, no jack-o'-lantern mask on, I'm afraid, but I am wearing an appropriately themed T-shirt, so that's what you're getting today.
Can't see it. It's below screenshot.
Yeah, I took that into account.
Oh, that. Yeah, but stream lag.
Yeah. Right. So
Might use some sting to it.
let's do a bit more getting stuff out of the out of the rocket landing pad. There we go. Ooh, turn that on as well. And right, there we go. Now the bots can carry on with the building. Now there's a bit of stuff down here that I don't actually want. So we don't need basically because there aren't any biters on this planet. We don't care about the pollution. So I'm just going to get rid of all of these all of the environmental stuff because we don't need any of this stuff. We don't care about the environment on this planet. And that's just, well, and I didn't bring all the bits with me anyway, so it's never going to get built. But now the bots can flit around like this, build up all the rest of it. I also don't want to use the ducts down here, at least not yet, because I didn't bring a duct input. I only brought a duct output because it wasn't on the blueprint and I didn't think about it. So we're not going to be getting the water into the main ducts over here. But yeah. Oh, okay, Max. Yes, no problem. So, are you familiar with Factorio at least? Can I just start talking about space exploration, or do I need to explain the concept of Factorio as well? Because that could take even longer. How we go? Okay.
Factorio, you build a factory, you do it wrong, you do it again, and then you realise you've spent your entire life building factories.
Yeah, that's about right. I mean, 2,000 hours of it certainly, and probably more than that by now. So yes, you're correct. It's not just a rocket anymore. So in space exploration, you also have a solar system, and in fact, an entire star cluster to play in. So the idea is that you start on Nauvis as you do in the normal game, and you build up your base as somewhat as normal. Although there's some extra stuff in here to make things a bit more complicated, a bit more exciting. Eventually, you will build up a rocket silo and you'll start launching rockets, exactly as in vanilla. However, that's not the end of the game. In this, it just gives you an extra type of thing that you can use in research. So you get, so you then, after you've done that, you can then, oh, thanks for the subscription, Madman, much appreciated. And I should say to Persistent as well, since she resubscribed 3 days ago and I wasn't on stream at the time. So again, much appreciated. Then once you've done that, you then move on to building bigger rockets, and these ones have massive inventory. So if I click on here, you can see there's a full 500 stack inventory, and that you can use to take you off to other places. So to start off with, you tend to go to Nauvis orbit first, which is this place. So I'm up here in space. You land on an asteroid and then can build out with space scaffolding to give you a bit more space out there. And then you start doing space stuff. So you have these giant space assembly manufactory things. You have additional machines. You have lots of other stuff like that. You need a jetpack and a life support kit to keep you alive. And eventually you can build spaceships. Now we can't actually build spaceships. This is just one I found lost in an asteroid field somewhere. But in theory, you can eventually build spaceships. And then you can then carry on, and once you've done that, there's lots and lots more science packs to do. So if I look in here and pick an arbitrary research somewhere near the end, you can see that this requires lots and lots of different types of science pack that you won't be familiar with, all of which you have to build up and generate the the stuff to make. In fact, there's one in there that I'm not familiar with either, because we're playing a new version of it with some extra mods in here to make it even bigger and even harder. But each one of these science packs requires you to go off to a different planet and find a new resource. So at the moment, I'm off on this volcanic planet here. As you can see, this is not Nauvis, this is a different planet, and it's got this vulcanite resource on it. And so I can mine that up, and you can use that to do sort of fiery smelting stuff, because it's a sort of a volcanic ore. At the moment, Tristan is off on I'm on Tashikut, and he's on Drakit, which is this snowy planet. You see another planet, it's fairly small, and this one has a stuff called cryonite, which is a sort of an ice type ore, so you can use it for making coolants and things like that. So yeah, space stuff is rebuild your entire infrastructure, but in space. You're about right there, no god. And yeah, there's a lot of machines that will only work in space, and there are also a lot of machines that will only work on land. In fact, I think there are very few machines that will work both on a planet and in space. They're just in general it's one or the other. So you have to do a completely different set of stuff. There's loads more things you have to build, and it's just far more complicated. And it extends the game wonderfully, and you get all kinds of different challenges as you go through. At the moment, our current challenge is to build production science packs, which we can't do right now because we don't have the vulcanite or the cryonite, which is why we're off trying to get those ores. And yeah, it extends the game quite nicely and gives you lots of extra stuff to play with. Now, hopefully, I've brought an offshore pump with me. Let's have a look. If I find it in here somewhere. You also get a navigation satellite, which I've been using quite extensively, that allows you to look around your factory without having to go places yourself, which is really handy. Right, let's try and put down this offshore pump in here. And I'm hoping...
It really worries me when you say you hope you've done something when you're on another planet and can't just nip around the shop to get the thing you need.
Yeah, that's the big problem. If you haven't brought the thing with you, and in fact that's outside my construction range, so I can't even tell if I have. Let's put it over here instead. I'm pretty sure I brought some offshore pumps with me, but if I haven't, it's going to be awkward. But there we go. There's a bot on the move with something, and it's bringing it down to where I put an offshore pump. So there we go. We have an offshore pump. Now, also to make this game slightly harder, offshore pumps now require power. So in order to get this bootstrapped, I need to have a bit of power in order to get a bit of water in order to get my fuel supply up and running. So let's put down a power pole here, and did I see? Yes, there we go. Stick a pylon in there. That'll get a little bit of power to the pump. I can then stick in some underground pipes if I haven't got them, but I've got some bots that can do that for me. There we go. Bot. So now, hopefully, this will run very, very slowly, but still be able to produce some power. Unless I haven't linked this up over here, and I don't think no, I haven't linked this up over here. So let's now try linking the this area up to the solar we've got up here, and that will now hopefully. It's not enough power to power the entire everything, but it'll be enough to allow a little bit of water to dribble out through this pipe and start filling up all of these greenhouses with water. And once you fill a greenhouse up with water, it can start to grow trees, which is fantastic. Unfortunately, the greenhouses take quite a lot of power, so just leaving it like this, it's going to take about, I think Tristan said his took about 40 minutes to start working on Snowy Planet. So I'm not going to do that. I have a cunning shortcut. I also brought some wood with me, so I don't need to grow the first bit of wood. I can just grab all of that, and then over here I can get my wood, if you'll pardon the expression, and shove it in all of these machines across here, like that. And now, when the water finally trickles, it'll still take a little while for the water to trickle through up here, but once it eventually does, these machines will kick in. Hopefully the oxygen generating machine up here will kick in. Yes, that's very nearly made some oxygen, so that's doing pretty well. And then all of this will kick in. So this is our free power system, which grows wood, turns it into biomethanol, and then burns the biomethanol in order to generate electricity. And it means you have this completely self-contained system. It's a bit like solar, except it works night and day, and it's a lot more complicated. But it basically turns water into electricity, which is quite clever. Yes, the vulcanite and the cryonite are indeed the hot and cold rocks that you need for doing stuff in space. Yes, the flying robot can put down pipes that go to underground. We'll gloss over that, I think. Hey, Zomboid, welcome. So far, shoving wood in the machines doesn't seem to have done very much at all, because it's now night time, so we have none of our getting started power. Because there you go, you can see the power decreasing as the solar as night fell and the solar stopped working. So it's going to be at least a little while until that kicks back in again. But once it does, we should fairly quickly get enough oomph going up here. So we'll get we've got some oxygen out of there. Now over here we've got. Oh, we need steam as well, so that's waiting for water to get all the way up to the boiler over here. So that's going to take a while, especially as the pump is also now dead because it's not got any power. So, we're waiting for daytime. I should have started doing this earlier while it was still light, but never mind. I'll just stand here and look slightly confused while I wait. So, right. Yeah, this is a very convenient. In fact, there's not even a vulcanite planet. It's one of the moons of Nauvis, so it's really, really close and easy to get to, and it's got water on it, which is fantastic. Normally, vulcanite places don't have water, so this is really, really easy. So, while we're waiting for this to actually get going, let's take. I want to take all of the. I want to grab the core mining drill. So that's that one there. The problem with unloading the spaceship like this, or the rocket like this rather, is that it's spread all of the stuff around between the various different chests, rather than organising, for example, all of the core mining drills into one chest, all of the belts into another chest, and so on. But for now, for a sort of just getting started point, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you should definitely start playing Factorio again. It's fantastic. It's my favourite game. Let's also get some big pylons. So there's 3 in that chest. I think I might have just taken them out of that one. There's none in that chest. Interesting. Oh, there we go. There's 65 in that one. That's got me. That's enough to get going. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to actually link the power into this yet because we're not generating enough power. I don't want to hook it up to the to the big core mining drills yet because they use a lot of juice. So we'll start away from those. I've already had a meteor strike. That's slightly unfortunate, but happily I'm not over there, so it's not too much of an issue. Right, so if I go due north until I hit those cliffs, then there'll be some core mines near there. So we'll start off by doing that. If I go from here, I can trail the power out from here. I think I'm probably going to need to call on another rocket with the parts to make quite a lot more free power. Because I don't think I brought. I think one module of it. I think I brought enough for at least 2, but I still don't think that's going to be enough. But we shall see. So I can fly this out here like this. Put down a power backbone to go somewhere across the planet. No, I believe the zone discovery doesn't create new planets. It just allows you to find ones that already exist. So you may or may not actually find useful stuff with that. If you've already found all of the planets that produce the thing you're looking for, or if you've just already found all of the planets, then you probably won't find anything new. I've had strong suggestions. When I came out here, I was umming and erring over whether to use belts or trains to transport the ore around, and I've been quite emphatically not instructed but recommended to use belts rather than trains because it'll be much better for the UPS, and eventually that's going to start being a problem. And to be honest, on a moon this size, I don't really need to do everything by train, so I shall go along with that, and just get all this stuff built up. Yes, the core mine is 20. Is it 20 megawatts? 25 megawatts apparently. But yes, you're right. The more of them you put down, the more power it uses, and they're greedy sods. So it does indeed add up very, very quickly. But here's some imersite as well. That'll be nice. Not quite sure what we'll use imersite for, but I know I'm pretty sure it's going to be very, very useful later.
Did you bring miners for it?
I can't remember.
They are specific to imersite.
Yes, I noticed that. I can't remember if I chucked them in.
I'm sensing the answer is no.
Well, no, the answer is quite honestly, I can't remember for sure because it was a week ago that I put all this stuff together, and I have a bad memory. So, right, it looks like daytime again now because I've got a shadow.
No.
Pardon?
I'm sensing the answer is no.
You're quite probably right. I expect you're right, but I'm not. But I'm just not certain.
I'm always right. Except on the rare occasions when I'm wrong.
Regular occasions when you're wrong, you say?
Yep.
I have only brought 2,500 belts though, so we shall have to see how that goes. Okay, right. Imersite is used for more exciting machines, basically. So it's all of the presumably all the tier 4s and the fast stuff and that sort of thing. So now we have a decent amount of power down here. We're still actually we are fully satisfied because we're pumping through. We're now pumping through got the methane machine, biomethanol machines up and running. So all of these have kicked in. And we now have all of the power we could possibly want. Now there was this flicker at the start where all the machines kicked in to an extent, and then we ran out of steam probably, and they went down, and then they come back up again now. So now it looks like that looks long enough that I think things are probably going to be okay. The question is how the greenhouse is doing, and these ones are very nearly there. It looks like it looks like we're going to have a decent amount of wood coming through fairly soon. Oh, Speed 3 module. Oh, yes, I remember seeing that actually when I was looking through Mike's plans for this session and so on. Yes, you're going to need Imersite for Speed 3 modules, Mike, as chat has pointed out.
Yep, I am very much aware of that, and it is going to cause absolute chaos because no one's currently actively getting it.
And then
I
we're
have
going to need
2
lots
mines
of
down for it. I just haven't powered them yet. And I don't know how I'm
Not
getting
powered,
back
it's
to
not
you.
active. Not active.
and then you need lots and lots of solar, lots of it for solar, more advanced solar panels as well, apparently. How are we doing? So all of the machines have kicked in now. So how much power should I potentially have? I should have 86. Well, I will have 86.5 megawatts once all of this is fully up and spooled up and happy. And that's basically going to be enough for 3 core mines. Actually, it's going to be less than that because there's 15 megawatts being used for generating the power. So it's going to be 2.5 core mines, which isn't very many. So I think that means it's time to put down another one of these and find out how much of it I remember to bring. So we'll put that there, right next to it. Boink. And of course the WAS names, the roboports are slightly out of range of each other, but if I whack them over into construction mode instead of mixed mode, then they should be alright. Why does my nose itch? So let's see how much of this actually gets built. As you can see, we've now got wood starting to come through here, so that's nice. We're now producing the wood from the greenhouses as well as from scratch. Oh, I'm sure I didn't bring enough. I know. The chances are pretty small. But we'll see how far the bots get with this construction. They might just be they pull up all the stone and stuff, but we'll see. Greenhouses use electricity and water in order to produce wood. So in order to keep sort of my sanity and how physics actually works, I'm choosing to believe that they also take in a certain amount of power through the magic of sunlight and grow trees with that, as well as lighting them up with lights. But yes, they use 207 kilowatts each, and they gradually produce wood like this. So yeah, I think I'm assuming it takes in light from the sun as well, because otherwise it would be a clear nonsense. And yes, we don't seem to be getting any greenhouses being put down or anything like that. But never mind. It's a start, right? So let's see. I've put in. If I take out a pole over here, then we'll have two of the core mining drills will actually work, and then I can get on with the next part of this project. So let's take out this pylon over here, and then I can link up these two. This one isn't even linked into the cables. There we go. And so now the next thing to do is going to be to put in a processing facility for all the core chunks and deciding where to put that. Now the power thing is just going to carry on going out and out and out this way, and then probably skip over this and just keep going over this way all the way across the planet until we have enough power, which may never happen, but we're going to try from that. So basically I can put the core processing anywhere else. If I put it reasonably close by, so in here perhaps, then the bots won't have to fly quite as far in order to assemble it. So I think that's probably a good idea. Yeah, it's a theory that I'm telling it's a lies to children theory I'm telling myself in order to sort of to maintain what's left of my sanity and just trust that the system is going for a reason why the system could kind of sort of work rather than calling it anything ridiculous. Well, you say infinite and the nutrients. Well, it can use the soil on the planet. It's clearly and then once again we're ignoring the fact this is a rather hostile-looking planet that doesn't have any greenery growing on it at all. So, yeah, who knows? But we do. More importantly, now we'll move on. We have this with this blueprint here for producing capsules from core fragments. So if I put that here, then. Well, I'm going to build it from my inventory because I've got my own robots. Let's turn them off because I don't really want to do that. So what I need to do now is extend the Roboport coverage up this way. I think I brought some Roboports up with me. Let's find out if I did. Roboports. Maybe I didn't. I don't think I've got any logistics bots here. I certainly haven't got any inside the inside this robo network. So I thought I. Oh no, I normally have sort of a dozen of them in my inventory, but I had to empty my inventory in order to fly over in a space capsule. So one of the things I'm going to be bringing back with me over here is going to be Roboports, by the looks of it. Grumble, grumble, grumble. It's my next rocket that comes out. Oh no, there's 2 in this one. Now if there's 2 in there, maybe that wouldn't mean there should be more in others because they stack. But I would. 2 is not sufficient for my current purposes. Okay, let's put these ones down as and let's put them down as blueprints and see if the bots actually come out and see if the bots can find any to come out and build more. Now, if I switch this over to construction mode, I'll get a slightly longer range out of it, but I don't know how much longer. So let's experiment with that first. Yes, that's allowed it to link onto there, which is handy. And that's at least 2 pylons distance.
Metric tons of dots.
If I put that there, will the bots come out and build it for me? Let's find out. Yes, you're right. I agree. Putting down Roboports as ghosts and things is quite frustrating because you can't tell exactly where you're dropping something. You can't tell where the zones are except for ones that have already been placed and whether they're going to link up and stuff like that. So yes, I agree. That is a bit frustrating. And it would be nice if you didn't have to sort of guess quite so much with it. Right, so we get it. So yes, we do have enough Roboports, which is nice. That one just about covers the area that I'm trying to play with. I'm going to need a long underground pipe to bring water up to here. The slight problem is this blueprint requires some inputs. So we need to bring in oil. I think it's oil here, possibly water. No, oil here, water here, and then core fragments over here. But core fragments over here is fine because that's what this is supposed to be doing. But I'll need to do some processing of them first. The main one that's going to be tricky is going to be the oil, because water will just come up from here in a pipe or from over here or something like that. But oil is going to have to come. Yes, there's a little patch of oil up here, so I'll tap that one, and there's a patch down here as well. So there is some oil on this planet. It's not too bad. It's a tiny patch of beryl over there, but it's just going to need to be brought over to here and pumped in to be appropriately dealt with. Yes, you can. Yes, you can indeed put sand into a greenhouse and it produces faster. So yeah, that makes sense. It does fit. Oh, and is there a fertilizer recipe as well? You're probably right. Wood. Yeah, so you can put in sand and water. So you can do this one, which is nope. You can do spoilers. You can do this one, which is water to make wood. You can do this one, which is sand and water to make wood, and it uses less water and produces twice as much in half the time. So yeah, 4 times as much, as Tickle said. Or there's this one where you use fertilizer as well, and that produces 80 in 60 seconds. So yeah, you get twice as much. What else have we got? You can, and then there's just recycling and stuff like that. So general nonsense. Yeah. So yes, these are in a way they're more efficient. It'll use less electricity certainly, but you have to then have a supply of sand coming in. So I think it's probably not worth it here. You might as well just put down more greenhouses and just call it completely free. It's just
Unless you have an excess of sand from the stuff you're
true.
producing.
Yes, if you have more sand than you know what to do with, then doing it from that would make sense.
Which I'm now contemplating doing, having heard what you were saying.
Right, I'm gonna attempt to run this pipe all the way down south and get some water into it. Alternatively, I'm going to find a rock halfway and it'll break, because of course it will. I do really like the amazingly long underground pipes you get in there. You get it from either Krastorio or space exploration. I'm honestly not sure which. Oops. Okay, we're doing some weird things with this belt just to get that water out of the other side of the boiler, but never mind. K2, okay.
I'm not judging.
Good. I'm
3
glad
out
to
of
hear
10.
it. I do need to put in a piece of straight pipe there as well, like that. There we go. Yeah, the reach of all this stuff is very, very handy. Let's switch that over to construction mode. Speaking of ridiculously long reach. Why has this still got some orange around it? I'm very confused. Have I put in more Roboport? No, I haven't. Oh, maybe in construction mode this will have a small logistics area. I'm not. I thought they didn't though. I'm confused. But anyway. Yeah, obscene levels of spaghetti are nice. Vulcanite planet makes all the sand it needs for power and then some. Yeah, it probably would. I'm probably going to end up turning a lot of my my spare sand into glass though, because glass is always useful. Oh, I need another piece of pipe in there. Hello, Insmod. Thank you for joining. The core mining thing is something that Marc made, but I'm sure he'd be willing to share a blueprint string of it if you ask nicely enough.
I did in a
No, that was the free
common-
power, not the core
Oh,
processing.
yeah.
One of us said the wrong thing, and I don't know which one of it was. Yeah, yes, the belts are also much better. So yes, bots are doing all of this stuff up here now, so that's great. While they're doing that, I'm going to go and get a large quantity of yellow belt. Ooh, game's frozen. Oh no, there we go, it's unfrozen again. Did anyone do anything then? Sort of unusual and spectacular, because maybe the server saved. That could be it.
I placed a blueprint. I don't know if that counts.
It shouldn't count.
Shouldn't.
Unless
Well, unless it's an absolutely
massive.
phenomenally large one.
It only had about 2,500 items on it.
Okay, that might be it then.
Actually, I can tell you exactly how many. 2,300. Roughly.
2003. Right. Okay. Maybe that's why. I'm going to grab some of this wood, and I'm going to make some wooden chests.
Sit here for 5 minutes whilst the bots do things.
That
Anyone
is
got a good book they could recommend?
the point of bots, to be fair. So yeah. Right. So what I'm going to do over here, I suspect this is probably going to be unnecessary, given the given how slowly I expect these mining drills to actually produce these core miners to actually produce resources, because I'm on a really small planet. But thank you. Yeah, so as you can see, yeah, I don't really need a loader here. Just chucking this out on one side of a single belt would probably be absolutely fine. But well, better safe than sorry. Now, frustratingly, there's lots and lots of rocks on this planet. So just dragging a belt across the scenery, you end up with lots of gaps or possibly underground belts if you actually have them. I don't want that, so I'm dragging it out as a shift drag first, to tell the bots to deal with it. I'm also not going to have any cliff explosives because I just haven't picked any up yet. I haven't picked them up yet because I emptied my inventory. So let's go and get some more, or some rather, because I'm sure. Yes, there we go. I was going to say I'm sure cliff explosives I wouldn't have forgotten. Come to me, my little bot friends. How many miners? I'm going to. Right. So lots. What are we saying here? Yes, more Factorio streaming. Quite right. That's the big popular one. Yes, I had a bit of a debate over whether to belt it or train it in, and I thought, and the consensus seemed to be that might as well bring it in by belt, because more than that is just going to be, because they're better for UPS and it's quite a small moon. If it was any bigger, then yes, I'd definitely use trains, and I did briefly consider using trains, but until I got talked out of it.
You listen to chat.
I did, I'm afraid so.
There's no possible way that will ever be abused. Throwing it out there.
I'm not saying I'm always going to listen to chat, but on this particular occasion.
It's almost like you'd hear me typing. Oh dear.
Mike is not allowed to type anymore. Right, bring us over here. Right, and over here somewhere we'll put in a system that's going to. So we need to do the pulverization here in a couple of steps, because these are vulcanite core fragments, which means when you first crush them, you get out a load of vulcanite, and you get out some core fragments. So they need to be mixed and appropriately dealt with first. I haven't got any splitters with me, so we're gonna do that at least for now. So, yes, pulverizers. Pulverizers are a thing I brought lots of because I knew I was going to need about a bajillion of them. I haven't brought them up here with me, but they're down in the in with the rest of my I don't think I brought. No, I haven't brought them with me. They're down with the rest of my supplies down the bottom. So pulverizers are these things. There we go. Okay, let's actually be in navsat mode when I do this, so that it actually works rather than just going, nope, I can't build that. So we'll put in the pulverizer here. Now I don't remember the recipes for vulcanite processing. Vulcanite core processing. So I should probably look those up before I just slap everything down and assume. So you take in vulcanite core fragments, and you get out core fragments, vulcanite stone, and pyroflux. Okay, so there's going to be a liquid output to this as well, which is kind of awkward because pyroflux is something that we need, and it's one of the reasons I've come out here to get the vulcanite, but we can't realistically get it from here back down to the usual base place. So that's quite that's going to be tricky. Yeah, how many am I going to put down? Well, my eventual plan, in theory, is going to be to have them on all of the ore patches, all of the core seam patches around the planet. However, I'm going to start off on a somewhat smaller scale first, because there's no point in overdoing it right at the beginning. I think. Paste this to, I guess. All right, put it there. And give it power. And now that's probably, yes, that's going to easily enough to the what's names will be brought up from the pulverizers we brought all the way up here.
Ah! Wasn't me.
Oh yes, and the stone output is fine because I can deal with stone. I have cunning plans for that. And by cunning plans, I mean I'm just going to turn the whole lot into glass because what else do you do with stone? Okay, so that's right. So you guys are going to be turning vulcanite core fragments into all kinds of other useful stuff like that. We'll then bring that down here. It's a bit of a shame that we don't get, I don't know, something useful like, oh, what's going on there? Okay. Something useful like oil out of the vulcanite core fragment processing, but you can't have everything. Right, so we'll feed this into here, like that. Apparently, I haven't quite got the range over here to do everything I need to, so that's a shame. I could move this across a few, I suppose. I could just put in another one. I've got the what do you call them? It's the roboports for this, I think. So we'll put another one in there just for now. And then, yes, I'm going to need inserters and outserters on here. So I don't have them in my inventory. So we're going to be doing this with the navsat again. Did I bring green ones with me? I think I did, but we'll find out in a moment.
You know I've been thinking too much about Minecraft where I was like, oh, I should bring a couple of shulker boxes filled with belts with me.
Yes. And that actually should be there's somewhere down here. That should be one of them, because then we can filter out the core fragments and the not core fragments, of which there is many. The hydroflux, no, what is this stuff? Pyroflux. We can pull out of here. Is there anything we can realistically do with pyroflux on this planet apart from turn it into power?
Make it into the glass if you're.
I suppose,
As in,
yeah.
use
That's
it for
what
the.
I did in the blueprint.
Yeah, I've just added another furnace because I have a lot of sand coming out.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, my theories was that I wanted to use the less efficient methods of generating anything because those are the ones that produce less stuff that then needs to be shipped. But that is being a little bit lazy, I accept. It doesn't look like I'm getting these inserters up here, so I think I must have only brought white ones with me. But that's fine. And I've got those in my personal inventory as well, which is even easier. Except those have been claimed. Okay, so now I can I should just blacklist everything. It's far easier than bothering to program them. There we go. Right, so now all of those are running. These will run quite happily until they overflow with pyroflux. Now, I almost wonder, I can't just pull it out at the end here because it won't get passed through, which is a bit unfortunate because it's an output rather than anything else. So, but I do need to return all of these around, which I think is it Alt L or is it Control L? I can never remember. P? No, not P. Not that. There we go, Shift L to make them drop near rather than far. Oh, I didn't program the thing down here. Stop that. This is clearly going to have to be upgraded to a red belt, basically immediately. You are going to take just core fragments and send them off to the right. Core fragment, core fragment, core fragment, core frag. You a core fragment? No, you're a stone core fragment. That doesn't count. That one. Off to the right, like that. Put that in there. And then all the rest of it comes down this way, and I think I would like a warehouse at this point because I'm going to at least want to stockpile the vulcanite for the time being. Why have those not got built? I can't have run out of underground belts, can I? Surely not. I mean, it looks like I have, but surely not. Yeah, so put in a warehouse here. In fact, I should probably put in two, one for vulcanite and one for stone. And I can have another belt coming out of here with another splitter on it. Actually with a break in it though, because otherwise I'll get stuff down there before I put the filter in place. Oh good, I did bring warehouses. I thought I probably would have done. Right, so you are going to have vulcanite going out to the... Oh wait, I need to process all of this stuff. So actually, that can just go straight into the... No, even the stone I want to process. What am I doing? Right, forget all of this. I need to do lots and lots of processing before I do any of this stuff. Yes, drop near is a Krastorio thing. It's also an Angel Bobs thing. But at the moment...
I feel there's quite a lot of mods that handle or do inserters in a slightly different way. Whether that's choose which side of the belt it's on, or whether that's self-balancing inserters or whatever.
Yeah, there are lots of different ways to do inserters. Lots of different mods that do inserters in different ways, rather. Yes, as Mike says. Okay, so
was it mods that did you can have your inserter go from any square to any other square?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's
so
really
just one tile, which is insane.
It is, but then given what you have to do to get Bobs working, it's kind of not vital, but it's very, 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 very useful. Right, so now I need to start thinking about vulcanite processing, which is something I'm not going to say I've been putting off, but it's something I definitely will need to start thinking about now. So, vulcanite, excuse me, so you process vulcanite in a crusher again, and you get stone, crushed vulcanite, and enriched vulcanite out. Okay, let's start with that. I don't know how many of these I'm going to need. At least it's all solids this time. We've moved on to working with solids, which is nice. So we'll have, once again, have a belt coming out the bottom. And inserters. Inserters. These things. Once again, like this. Right, so you guys are going to be doing the creating, yes, that one, crushed vulcanite. You're going to need power, that's fair.
Have we only got the absolute basic inserter stack size, like inserter handling capacity bonuses? Like the absolute basic stuff.
Pass. Have you had a look at the? Is it?
I'm looking now.
Okay.
I think we've done a research or two, but yeah, they're pretty small.
So we've done
1 plus 5. So yeah, stack inserters move 6 items.
Go the other way.
Yeah, these are all limited. Oh no, they're not limited. It's just that there's nothing to grab. That's why they're right. Gotcha.
And then here, we'll put in another filter. Filtered. What do we call them? And this one can take off the take the stone over here and add it onto this supply of stone. And then from here, we'll get the other 2 types. Now, we need to do a sort of a Covarex thing with this. So I'm going to need to think about this fairly hard, otherwise my brain will melt. No, or assert my brain melts, otherwise I'm just going to make all kinds of mistakes. But first, let's put in let's do the easy part. So stone goes off to the right first, like that, and then we can just bring this in here. So we have two types of vulcanite coming out here. There's the crushed vulcanite, and then there's the excitable vulcanite. What's it actually called? Enriched vulcanite. And in order to get a vulcanite block, you need 5 crushed vulcanite and 10 enriched vulcanite, which is quite a lot. So I'm going to have to. But fortunately, there is a Kovarex style recipe where you put in your crushed vulcanite and your enriched vulcanite, and you get out more enriched vulcanite and less crushed vulcanite than compared to what you put in. However, you also need sulfur, which is going to be a bit of fun. I'm building a proof of concept at the moment, Max. So yeah, it's sort of the idea is that I'll build up something that works in theory, and then I'll get the bots to go through and upgrade it where it needs to be upgraded. Because at the moment, I have suspicions that the limiting factor might be the rate that this thing is capable of kicking out the pods at. So we'll just see how that goes. Don't remember having a problem with non-working loaders. We have had a problem with loader balance. So if you have a warehouse with lots and lots of loaders running off it, then some of them become the favorites if there's not enough in there. So if you're putting in sort of one piece of whatever at a time, then it'll always go out the same loader. But as long as the warehouse is at least has a decent amount of stuff in it, then it tends to be okay in my experience.
The loaders also have one side going to the chest and the other one to the belt, so that's quite easy to miss.
Oh yes, that's true. It's quite easy to get the loaders the wrong way round. So make sure the arrow is pointing in the direction you want the stuff to flow in, and make sure that the side where you can see your belt coming out of it is up against your is connected to the belts, and the side that doesn't have a belt coming out of it is connected to whatever the other thing is. So yeah, you need to be careful when you put them down. Right. So what I'm.
Hey, this is working.
Ooh.
I did have to hijack a train to make it work.
Hijack. Nice.
Yeah, there are some people who should definitely not call from an aeroplane. Anybody called Jack, for example, is on the list.
Right, I'm going to be really lazy about how I do the sorting over here, and I'm going to put down one of those warehouses I had from earlier, like that, and then use that to just fill it up like that. And so this is going to have, and then, yeah, I need to stop this running at a certain point, but I haven't really decided what that point's going to be just yet. But it's going to take forever for this to fill up anyway. So now what I want to have is over here, I want to have 2 output loaders. This one is going to filter on crushed vulcanite. This one's going to filter on hot vulcanite, excitable vulcanite. And then we can do that. And yeah, okay, there's a little bit at the front that's wrong, but basically that's correct. Then over here, we can then start putting in the centrifuges, which I haven't brought with me to here, but I can find them over here probably. That one, centrifuge, yes. Put in some of these, and these do the sort of the Kovarex equivalent. I don't know how many of these I'm going to need, so we'll put in just a few to start with. And as ever, they will export stuff over here. Now we're also going to need to bring in a belt of sulfur along here, so that's going to be fun. I haven't made this yet, as you can obviously tell. But eventually we'll have sulfur coming in there, and there's going to be sand coming out of here as well, so I'm going to need to put in another splitter to sort out the sand, and then put the other 2 straight back into here, like that. Hopefully that'll flip itself around automatically. So this will be basically my Kovarex type system. It'll work its way through the. I'll put limits on here with circuit conditions so that nothing ever runs out. But the idea will be that this churns away merrily until we've got decent amounts of the enriched vulcanite available, and we use up all of the boring vulcanite. Sorry, not use up all of the boring vulcanite, but have a slightly more convenient ratio of the 2. All right. So yes, you're going to have sand going out to the left. Sand to the left. Yep, good. Why is this stopped? Oh, because we've filled up on hot water. Makes sense. And then you guys are going to do vulcanite enrichment. Right. So this is the one. Yes, this is the one that requires sulfur. So I need to start making sulfur in a moment. Yeah, the loaders and warehouses will make the Covrex type things really, really easy. Hey, Topaz Viper, thank you. Yes, the orders. Yes, I'm fairly sure that the order you put the inserters, put loaders down determines the priority. Oh, okay. So you can refresh it by getting close to it and going and reloading. Great, nice and simple. So yeah, we've worked around that with circuit conditions. So if I look down on Nauvis, we've got a number of places where we're using warehouses as storage things. The smelter is probably a good place to look. Yeah, so all of these belts are hooked up using the circuit network to this warehouse, and they all only let stuff through if there's more than 100 in the warehouse. And if there's more than 100, then there's enough for all of these to work at the same time, so they'll all output some stone, and that gets around the favoritism problem. It is apparently not great for your UPS, but what can you do? Hello, Met Barn. Happy Halloween to you too. Welcome to the stream. Where was I? Oh yes. So right, I need to deal with all of that pyroflux that's coming off. You know what? I think for now I'm going to be really, really lazy and just vent it. Because is there anything I can practically use pyroflux on here for here? Oh yeah, we're going to use it for smelting the glass. Okay, but for now we'll put it in a massive tank. I think that's a much better idea, and then think about how much of it we want later. So pipes. That, and that. So it'll dump it all straight into here. This has got a capacity of lots, so it'll take a while for that to fill up, and then we should see everything start flowing again nicely. At least until these belts back up with stone, of course. That's going to happen eventually. But we need to turn these into something more useful. Right, so this is basically going to work as long as we get a steady supply of all of the inputs. Now I need to think about this fairly carefully to make sure that we don't run out of either of those. So, so my first thought is if I just block them, if I block them up when, if I block the if I stop the crushed stuff coming out when there's not very much of it. No, we always want lots of. Can I filter block? No, you can't filter in here, but there's probably going to be a decent amount of everything coming in anyway. So no, vulcanite shouldn't go in there. Crushed, and that one should though, and not flow out. Iridite, interesting. Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you. I think I always want stuff to flow out this way, so I'm just going to leave that running as is. Now let's have a look at the next step of the process. So up here, FNEI, vulcanite. So we've got both of these. We're enriching this, so now it's this one, which does require both of them, but it also requires water and petroleum gas and gives off steam as well. Lovely. So now we need another 2 of these, and we want to tell this one of them to do crushed and one to do excitable, enriched, whatever we call it. Like that. Then we'll bring that down a bit further and then across here like that. And what was that? Is that in a furnace? I think that's in a furnace. Yes, that is in a furnace. So we'll put down some furnaces here. That one. Not like that. Furnaces like that. And then, as ever, more. Oh, I need output inserters for these as well. That would help a lot, wouldn't it? In fact, let's use stacks. And copy, paste. Okay, none of these have run yet because we've not had enough enriched come through. So we are doing our and we haven't any sulfur come through. More importantly, so the Covarex weight isn't really a thing with this, but the sulfur weight is going to be. And then same down here, like this. No, just 2. There we go, right like that. And once again, the coverage area of the power pole's not quite big enough, but never mind. These machines. One of the things you get with space exploration is a lot of massive machines. No, stop it. There we go, like that. Right, good. And so you guys, I want to build vulcanite. Oh, but I need to put in the limits up here. So I want right. This is where I do want to put in circuit conditions, because I don't want to pull out from here and if there's not enough. So we'll link that to there and to there. I want to tell these ones to enable, disable. If there is, which one are you? You're the enriched. So if there's more than, let's say 1,000 of that one, and you same for the crushed. There's always going to be more than 1,000 crushed, I expect. My slight worry of this, is that we might get into a position where the proportions are wrong. We have too much of something or other in here. Now I'm going to need to think about that a bit. Aroused vulcanite. Yes, that'll do. Right. So my worry here is that we're going to enrich so much of the vulcanite that we're always going to have too much, that we're going to fill this up with enriched vulcanite, and then the whole system's going to fall apart. So I think I need to stop these machines running if there's more than I don't know what it's going to stack to. Probably 50. Let's find out. 50, yes. So if there's more than 50 times 500, 250, 25,000. So if there's more, if you get 25,000 in here, then the whole thing will break. So let's say if there's more than 10,000, then we'll stop these machines running as well. So let's put in another circuit condition here. If there's more than if the enriched ever gets to more than 15,000, then this system is to stop running, because that means we've got too much of it in here, and we're at a risk of it filling up completely with that one. Yeah, the underground pipes in space are a little bit weird, especially when you. I think if there's space scaffolding there, then it looks okay, and I do tend to leave lines of space scaffolding because otherwise it looks ridiculous. But if it's actually crossing over where there's just a gap there, then it does look a bit strange, and it feels very weird, and I'm not entirely sure I like it. Yes, the pylon substations are great because they cover about the same sort of area a Roboport does, and they're brilliant. Oh, I haven't linked in over here. Let's do that like that. There we go. Yeah, they're great. What's already stopped? Yes, this is now jammed up because of there's too much stone. That's all. Which is kind of expected, but I mean, what are you gonna do, basically? I need to deal with the stone. I just haven't done that yet, so that's fine and expected. No, because the problem is it's the proportions. So if it's not so much the warehouse filling up. Did I put that the wrong way around? If enriched is greater than 15,000, then only less than 15,000. I got that the wrong way around. No, the problem is I can't stop passing it through, because then we won't get any more of the crushed in there to allow it to carry on working. So it's so yeah, I need to have this. Basically, if there's already lots and lots of the enriched stuff, then I can stop enriching. That's what this bit does. Yeah, that was a nice easy fix once I spotted I'd made the mistake. Right, so yeah, along here we're going to need so many fluids. This is going to be a pain. Water. All right. Let's actually they're quite nicely lined up at least. So okay, I'm going to redesign this bit, and I'm going to put in gaps in along here like that and that and that and that, and deal with all of these inserters in a moment. I don't know why I'm picking them all up, actually, come to think of it. Let's leave that one in. Right, so now we can have water coming in along the top, oil coming in, sorry, petroleum coming in from the top as well, and steam going out the bottom way. That's fine. Yeah, yeah, the vulcanite processing has got a lot more interesting. Yes, interesting. That's a word. Let's say interesting. So I'm gonna need a water supply over here as well, and it's going to produce steam, which is nice, I suppose. Put that there. Pipe. More underground pipes over here like this. About here, I think. Bring it up like that. There's always something in the way. Oh, now it's too far. That pylon's gonna have to move. Put that there, and then have a water pipe across the top here. That goes there, and I need to put the pylon back in. One there, and I suppose there. That'll do. Right, and I'm just gonna run a pipe across here like this, and then we can use the underground pipes to link the water into these machines. Yes, the vulcanite processing is complex, should we say? Why am I doing all these individually rather than copy pasting? I have no idea. I'll copy paste the rest of them. So over here, we now want to put in pipes every other one like this, and we want to feed that up like this to another pipe that's going to run along the top here, and that is eventually going to have oil in it, but for petroleum gas in it, sorry. But for now, that's not the case because we haven't got any yet. But you know, getting there gradually. It'll happen, I'm sure. And then we need same sort of system off the bottom to take the steam away. And this one, well, I mean, once again, I have the choice between either venting it or turning it, just venting it or turning it into power, and it's kind of up to me which way I do it. As yet, undecided. I don't care if there's a rock in the way. You can deal with rocks, little robots. Right. Okay. So that is what I would call sketched out now. Not finished, not by a long shot, but it is at least sketched out. So now I can put that warehouse in there and another one in there. I'll bring this down here and load it straight into there. So we've got something to do with all of this stone that we're making.
I tried to fly across a uranium patch. Getting it, you can't do that.
Have you just irradiated yourself again, Mike?
A little bit.
Cool.
Listen, I didn't want any more children anyway, alright?
I'm not getting any water coming out this pipe because there's a section over there that hasn't been placed. There's lots of sections down here that haven't been placed because these robot ports don't quite have the range. For goodness sake. Where are my underground pipes at? Where are the underground pipes? They must be in here somewhere. I refuse to believe I've run out of underground pipes given the number of them I packed. There we go, there's 6 in that box, that'll do. Okay, so now, is that water? If not, why not? No, there's a broken bit down here, I bet. No, it looks like it should be okay. What's going on here? Why is there no water? Oh, I've joined onto this side where nothing is linked up. Fail. Okay, give me some normal pipes then. And I'll just do that. And then suddenly everything will start to kind of sort of work almost. Well, we'll fill this one. Okay, that already had water. Is it that just there's the sheer number of? Yeah, we're missing just about enough of these greenhouses that the water isn't quite able to make it through because there are gaps in the network. So there we go. That should be all right now. Run out of modules as well. You'll notice that's a bit of a shame. Which is unfortunate because if you don't have efficiency modules in the power plant, then it uses up more of the power trying to make the power, which is not ideal, but we'll see how I get on with that. Okay, so hopefully we'll now at least get a little bit of. Do I have any underground belts? I don't have any underground belts. Not you. No, apparently not you either. What? Where are underground belts being held? Have I run out of underground belts? Surely not. Okay, we might have to start upgrading things to red belts just because we don't have enough undergrounds. There we go. So now the water should start gradually trickling through here, but the problem is it has to fill up each greenhouse it gets to. Oh, there's gaps down here as well. Oh, for goodness sake. So what do? You've got water. You haven't got water. So how is this supposed to? How does this work over here in the original one? Oh. Wait, what? Oh, okay. No, I put the links in the wrong place. I was linking across from here to here, which are already on the same system, and therefore it should already have been linked somewhere. It's actually this line down here that didn't have them. Okay. So now now you can see the trees starting to grow before your very eyes, and that means the water is gradually finding its way across the system. As each of these fills up like that, it will then pass them on to the next one. When that one fills up, it'll start to pass on to the next one, and so on. So it'll gradually flow through, and it'll start working. Yes, you can remotely load and send a rocket. You don't have to ask. You don't have to beg your friends to put extra stuff in it for you. There are several ways, as long as you planned ahead a little bit. There are ways to set it all up or back down on Nauvis. So sooner or later, I mean, this is a bad design. I should have I should have pulled this water feed from over here. In fact, maybe it's not too late. I could still do that. Oops, I needed that last one. So put that there, and instead go over this way and down here to here, and then take this. Right. That's actually neater than what I did before. Don't know why I didn't. And then yeah, as before, shove the pipes in. I've got a couple of those from the ones I pulled up. Right, now we have water flowing up to the north side. So next thing, I suppose. Oh, this is going to require a lot of underground pipes again, unless I use a train for it. The next thing is going to be to go and get the oil. Oil is over here. So I have a couple of choices at this point. I either run an extremely long underground pipe all the way across here, up here, and over here, and start doing the oil processing up in this area, because that's probably where I want to do it. Or I do put in a train system, and I run a rail line from here to take the oil up to here. And given that I seem to be running very, very low on underground pipes, and pipes in general probably, I think I'm going to do the rail system method. Although I am going to have some iron available relatively soon once I start processing everything.
Yep.
Can you have a look here?
Yep, give me a moment. Okay.
Got the massive pipes there. I've got normal pipes here. Okay, let's do train style. Trains are fun anyway. We like trains. And my inventory's full because I've got an infinite supply of stone in it because of reasons. Mostly due to picking it up as I build stuff. So in there, put the stone. In your crushed vulcanite. Oh yeah, you do want crushed vulcanite actually. So put the crushed vulcanite in there. Vulcanite needs to go in these machines. Enriched vulcanite goes in there, and core fragment vulcanite core fragments going up here. Right, that's got rid of some of the nonsense. I can now go out and start doing railway stuff. Now, as my current plan involves a single train. Yeah, I don't have enough of the fluid must flow pipes brought out here with me, and I don't really want to start building new ones. So no, I'm going to use a railway for this because trains are cool, and I brought a load of railway out with me, so I'm going to use it. However, I can use a double-headed, or possibly I can use a single track for this because there's only ever going to be, at least at this stage, there's only going to be a single train doing train stuff. Ooh, let's take the oil drills as well. And enough power poles to run power over to there as well. That's important. So where are my pump jacks? There they are. 6 in there. I think 6 is probably going to be enough for this entire patch. Yes, there's four spots of oil there, so that's going to easily be plenty. Yeah, maybe I will. I know you really, really, really want me to use the trains for the core fragments. Maybe I will. I haven't decided yet. When I expand will be the time to think about that. Maybe I will. I'm going to need some stations. Got 2 there. I'm going to take some signals as well, just because. Right. Okay, let's head over and start putting down power. over to the other oil patch. I'm going to start from here rather than going off the actual power generation thing itself, because this way they're not tied together and it doesn't matter how much I expand, and the pylons won't get in the way of further expansions to the power subsystem. And then down. Doop, 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 doop. Where's the oil? I've gone past it. It's kind of hard to spot. It's just over here. There it is. There's some oil. Right. One there. One there. Where's the fourth one? There it is. Oh yeah, they highlight when you're holding the pump jack in your hand, which is very, very helpful of them. Power for all of these, and how many of these tanks I've got? I seem to have at least 2 more, so that's a good start. Ooh, don't put them down yet. Actually, we need to put the railway in first, because otherwise I'll have it not lining up properly. I just know it. In the interest of future-proofing, I'm going to put the what little bit of rail I am putting down. I'm going to put it down so there is essentially a siding there, so that in the future, if and when I decide to turn this into a proper rail system, it's not in the way.
Should I point out that you're not chunk aligning stuff using the blueprints?
I wasn't planning to do a proper rail system anyway, but maybe I should.
It gives you the power distribution and everything along with it.
That's true. Yeah, that would have been a worthwhile reason to do that. Oh well. I was going to say too late, except it's not actually too late. I could go back and replace it all. Yeah, all right. Let's put in. Okay, I'll put in a proper train system, since you insist. So in the rails here, with the basic, we've got these that are linked to chunk aligned rail systems. So we'll put in some of this. Oh hey, I got that in. Well, no, I didn't get that in the right place at all. Put in right. So blip, blip, blip. That one. Yeah, yes, trains are better, but rails. Sorry, yeah, but trains are more fun, definitely, and sometimes there's room for fun in this game. Can I just click and drag like this? I can.
Sometimes.
Yeah, only
Not
sometimes.
that
You
often.
can't
Don't
always
get
have
used to
fun.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want people to come and start expecting fun. I'm just going to put this down and then come back and fiddle things later.
I didn't sign up for fun. I signed up for hard work.
Why am I doing this from here? Well, let's switch to the navsat view because this will make far more sense. Take straight rail blueprint and just go from here like this. How far do I need to go with this? Where is my? Yeah, let's bring it over to about here. I think this seems like it's going to go right through the middle of that mining drill, though. Right, so we'll go one higher. This looks fine. Right, now I can run around and do this. Get my bots to do all of the building work for me by just sort of wandering along, walking along the railway like this. And it's perfectly safe to do this because I haven't made any trains yet. In fact, but let's fly because I want to get a bit faster. I'm just thinking of how long it would take or how bad the route would look if I'd done this with it avoiding all of the cliffs and the rocks and absolutely everything else that's scattered around on this planet. Doesn't bear thinking about. But yeah, this is a far more complicated train system than I actually need on this planet. A single rail going around back and forth because there's only going to be 2 trains. So as long as I signalled off all of the stations, having just the 2 of them would probably be absolutely fine, even with a single rail and possibly using double-headed trains. But this way is doing it properly and is grossly unnecessary. But as long as if it keeps people happy, then I suppose I should. I suppose, yeah. Well, the the chunk-aligned railways like this, it limits you a little bit, but it's not too serious. We don't have any corners, of course, so I'm going to have to do this. Think about this manually and pull some of this back. How much? No, one more. But it's not exactly. It's not like it's difficult to do that though. We want that to join onto there. So put in a corner like that, and then that. There we go. If I run out,
there were offshoots, but I figured corners were doable.
Yeah. Oh, they absolutely are. I was just being lazy. Pardon there. My bots are all flat, or rather, my battery's flat, which is rather annoying. Maybe I'll come back to this in a moment. Bots are quite power hungry. Oh, I should pull up this row of pylons as well, because I don't want. If we're gonna have, if the pylons are gonna follow the railway line, I don't want them going just across the middle of the world as well. Now, one of the is it the change that makes pylons a full chunk wide, or cover a full chunk distance? Is that a Krastorio thing, or did they make that change in mainline fairly recently? I have this feeling I remember hearing something about having slightly bigger pylons for purposes of fitting into fitting up against chunks was a thing, but I don't remember for sure. And I know it's a thing in Krastorio.
Space exploration.
Oh, it's a space exploration thing, okay. I thought I had this vague feeling I'd heard about it being put into vanilla, but I was not sure at all. And if it's not true, then that explains why I wasn't sure. Oop, too much. Ah. Right, so there we go. There's a pseudo station. My bots are still struggling. Stop it. Oh, it's because my inventory's full of stone. Damn it. Chest of shame time. Have all of that. Right. Where was I? Oh, yes. Link that to power. And then I need to put in a station. Station. Station goes there, and so we'll put in 2 giganta tanks. We'll go 1, 2 here and here. Did I bring any pumps with me? Of course not. I'll put them down as ghosts though, because at least that way I'll have them down as ghosts. That's the wrong sort of pump, Laurence. Stop it. They're a logistics thing. That's why I can't find them. Pumps go there and there. Fill the train up, and then I'm just going to join the rest of this up with pipes. That can be. Oh, there we go. Try that instead. If I run that all the way down to here, and then rotate that and that. Yeah, I can have a bit of pipe like that, and I suppose across like that as well. And run underground one like that, and like that. There. Right. So now we pumped a tiny bit before I cut the power off. That's why there's a little bit in here, like a few hundred or a couple of thousand. That's sort of amount. Oh yeah, I could just put all that into trash slots, I suppose. It's not going to all fit, but at least I can now carry on doing stuff. See my trash slot now my trash slots are full. But yeah, it was a start, I suppose. Okay, have my bots woken up again? They have. I do need some more signals down here, though. I've not brought enough signals. Great. Story of my life. Basically, just turn up. Haven't brought enough of anything for any of this stuff. I suppose I have to be fair. To be fair, I wasn't planning to use quite so many signals until someone said I should chunk align the railways and use the actual blueprints. Okay.
You don't have to put the signals in.
True. Oil pickup. I do have to put the power poles in and the railway line and the pumps though, most of which are still missing. So let's do a bit more of the. Actually, I'll get some of this built up and then fly back out again when I've got the signals and things that I need. I think if I fly along here, then the bots don't have to go as far, and they won't do the top rail, but I can come back and get that one done in a moment afterwards, because I think that's going to be quicker overall than doing them separately, because the bots are happier if they don't have to fly quite as far. And by happier, I mean they don't run out of power quite so much. I also don't need these. Oh, actually, let's pull that drill out for now, because if I don't, I need to pull that power cable out as well, because that's unnecessary now. Yeah, so I want to pull the drill back out, because otherwise it'll slow down the other drills, because presumably if you have a drill on the planet, even if it's not actually running, especially if it's powered, then you're still going to get the slowdown of all the other ones, and also the power usage of all of the other ones as well. Right, so this is now run into the back of the core processing facility. So this should probably I should move this down and get it out of the way. So let's cut that off, and then so at least we'll bleed all of the stuff through. I'm going to get some more signals, assuming I've got them all, which I hopefully will. I think I brought plenty. Although I say I brought what I considered to be plenty is now changed a little bit, because I've started to use them in much larger quantities than I was originally intending to. Same with the rail, actually. I put down a lot more of that than I was originally planning to, but this will be fine. Yeah, I could put roboports down on the rails. I don't think I've got enough roboports for that. Oh, I haven't got the greenhouses for that either. Yeah, I'm gonna need a lot more greenhouses. So she'll have to arrange for a care package to be brought out fairly soon. But I want to get to the point where I'd like to get things sort of ticking over and sort of working, just so that I have a much better idea of where the gaps are and which bits and pieces I'm missing. So my bots are flat. My batteries are flat again though, so I don't know how far I'm going to get with this. Can I get that rock without getting the railway line? Yes. Ooh, nuclear fuel reprocessing. The other Covarex. The original and best.
No, the empty fuel canister.
Oh, empty fuel canisters. Yes, sorry, you're right. It's completely the wrong thing. Not what I said at all. Don't mind me.
Covarex is behind production.
Yeah, so now we've got up to 70% effectiveness there. Hypercooling, that's going to be very useful. Okay, so now over here we have an area where I can put in a loop in the rail like that, and I can have a drop-off station. And I think what I'm going to do is pull up all of this and move it down a significant chunk, and then I will be able to load it from trains as well, which, to be fair, that is probably a good idea. Although I'm also going to get stuck on rocks by the looks of it. So yeah, if I put this down here like that, then we can have the pulverizing of the initial core fragments down here. Lose a couple of thousand vulcanite pyroflux. I don't care about that. And that. Right. So yeah, we'll let the bots build all this back up again down here, and then I can use a train to bring it in the future. But for now, I don't really care. I'll cut that there as well, because that's a bit unnecessary. And now, is that not even? Oh, it's covered. We're just waiting for the robots to come up. Okay, and now up here, I can put in a drop-off station for the oil train, like this. Ooh, is that big enough? I think it's big enough. We'll find out in a moment. The oil train will therefore, the oil station will need a station, unsurprisingly, and yes, it's only 3 long, so that is enough space for this. And I shall need to put in signals. I've got loads of them now, like that. And we can call this one oil drop. And it's going to need another 2 tanks. I didn't bring my tanks up here. I used up all my. Oh no, I've got 1 left. It's interesting. I don't know where that came from, because I thought I had 2. No, maybe I had 3. But let's use normal tanks for this, because I don't know how many of the huge tanks. Oh no, actually let's not. I've got plenty of the huge tanks, so I'll use them. Carry on using them. No harm in that. So up here, yeah, same sort of plan as the loading station. Put in a couple of these here and here. Still didn't get any pumps. Maybe there'll be some in the in the inventory system, and maybe I've built enough robot ports in that I've got range to do this. Let's check. Where's the robot port? There's a robot port. Not quite. I mean, I can do this, and it covers the whole area without any problems. Yeah, let's put that there next to this. And then that also needs power, so I'll need to hook this up to the power network somewhere. Probably just straight over here, to be honest. Once this has been demolished a bit more. Right. Good evening, Tamotzi, and well done, Rage, for considering why the trains are not working. Update tick frequency. That's interesting. That's not something I've even seen. I've ever noticed as a problem. But okay, I'm happy to believe it's a thing. Okay, so once this is pulled up, actually even before it's pulled up, I can now start thinking about putting in what's the word I'm looking for? Putting in the oil processing over here. So we'll want to have oil refineries. This is all. I'm going to do all of this from the what do we call it? This view. Now let's see. So what do I need? I need petroleum gas and I need sulfur. So there's no need to do the advanced processing. So I think. Does that mean I can do it without a supply of water? It kind of doesn't matter though, because water isn't difficult to find. We've got water more or less up here anyway. Now, granted, the entire world is running off a single pump at the moment, which is not great, but it'll do. So once those get put in, we can bring the oil over from here. So that's going to be some more. Let's use the underground. Now so I want to do the basic. Oh, it still requires water. Okay, it requires water for all the recipes. Fine, be like that. But we can still do this like that, and then bring the water in with another set of pipes, like I suppose like this. Where's the nearest water?
Spaghetti.
Where do we have water? Down here. Excellent. My biggest problem up here at the moment is these greenhouses, actually. What sounded scary?
I was saying to myself. I was saying time for some spaghetti. Have a look where I am.
Oh no, Madman said something sounded scary, so I was actually curious.
That was shortly after Mike spoke, though. So.
Oh yeah, it could be Mike sounds scary then. Tis the season.
Uh-oh.
Right, so down here I'm going to need.
Oh no.
That looks like a mixed belt to me, Mike.
Hush, 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 child.
Let's see what Mike's broken.
To be fair, there's a very clean cut-off between the two resources.
Oh yes.
There was a sudden decision about how to plumb the belts in change.
Not like
Short
that.
version is that I initially tried to plumb in the belts in the middle, and I realised that I was throttling the entire throughput for this mini-boss off a single piece of red belt.
Okay.
So I've taken it all the way down to the bottom to bring it all the way from the top, because that just... It's longer as a belt, and it's spaghetti at the bottom end. But it works. And it means the throughput is then 2 belts wide the entire way along.
Why do the green circuits not just cross there?
Literally what I just said.
Okay.
So if I demonstrate just on clear some space, just here. If I do these belts going half that way,
yeah,
from 2 inputs from the side, then I've got to do realistically that.
Why is it half each way at this point? You've got 2 in, 2 out.
Aren't you trying to get everything? Oh no, you're going both sides here, are you?
Yeah. So I just got one bus all the way along, which has everything on it, which I need, and then productivity on the left, and speed on the productivity on the right, speed on the left.
Okay.
So then, yeah, you've got sort of down here be productivity. You build up a big batch of tier 1s and a slightly smaller batch of tier 2s and a slightly smaller batch of tier 3s.
Yeah, I
right.
sort of see what he's getting at.
It would mean that at the moment here, this belt right here that I'm standing on,
You'd have to start higher up.
Yeah, you'd have to start exactly. You'd have to know exactly where the right place was to start. Yeah.
So I mean, I could do it and just start the bus halfway.
Yeah.
This
no,
the size of the train station.
I understand what you're doing.
Yeah. I agree that it is grim, to put it bluntly. And I know that Mark's going to come over here and look at it
water,
and wince.
damn it.
But yeah, that's how it goes.
Right. You are doing sulfur. So, yeah, what I was going to do was just tap this onto the bottom of here, but it turns out you also require water for sulfur, and I'd completely forgotten about that. So, yeah, minor design changes are happening. That means I can run this straight through here like that and do it like that, though. So that gets all of that in there. And I can just make multiples of these like that. Simplish. It's relatively expensive to shoot supplies back out to where I am, in that you need to load up a rocket and fly the rocket over here. However, it's expensive enough that you want to be at least a little bit careful about it, but it's not so expensive that we can't do it, that we need to carefully avoid it, that we can't do it. It's just we don't want to send more rockets than we have to, but sending a handful of them is absolutely fine. Right, where did I need all of this stuff? That's my next question. So sulfur is going to be coming along here, going under there like that, down here, for goodness sake. Sulfur. Sulfur was here, I remember. Down to there, like that, that's fine. And across there, and in there. Why is it not put? No. How? Okay, that worked. I'm slightly surprised. And then underneath there as well. Okay, so that's going to get the sulfur in there where it's needed. That's good. The next thing is the petroleum gas. That's going to be also fairly easy. Just needs to come down. No, not there. Like this. And across. Here will do. And then down to wherever the hell it was down here is needed. I haven't really finished that yet. I need to go back and have another look at the all of the bit I've just made, because it's can I just describe it as unfinished, and therefore it's not my fault if it's broken. Let's go and have a look at it. Yes, you're right. I missed out these ones. Thank you. And of course, the whole thing's missing power, but that's fixable separately. So I'm going to bring this along, bring power across here and here in order to link up to that spine that's going up there, and then do it from there like this. Apparently that gets all of it. Put one in there as well. Right, there we go. Now I think have I got full coverage? Yes, I've got full coverage of all of this. So that's fine. Come over here. Can you turn pyroflux into rocket fuel? Into train fuel of any sort? That'd be rather nice. I'm pretty sure you can't.
Rocket fuel train fuel?
Yeah, I was going to say, can't you run trains off rocket?
Oh yeah, you can turn it into rocket fuel. Yeah, that would do. All right, well we'll do that with some of the pyroflux then. What can you do with pyroflux? So you can use it. You can use it for smelting. You can use it for smelting. You can use it for smelting. You can use it for turning into ores and power. Put in a barrel. You can turn it into rocket fuel, but that requires iron. But we will have iron, and we won't have coal. No, we can't turn it into rocket fuel because that requires iron and coal, and all the coal's being used up for something else. Unless I dig up more of it. It's used for iridium processing, beryllium processing, holmium processing, naquitite processing, and venting. Okay, so now I can't really turn it into fuel. I'm not sure what I'm going to fuel the trains on here then. Because I can run you can run trains on vulcanite cubes. I'll use those. It's a slightly weird and wasteful fuel source, but it will work. That and those. That's, boom, train. Okay, I feel like I might have got to the point where things are more or less together. I just need to. Oh, I've run out of underground belts though. So if I'll just look at this. I'm not on Dracket. I'm on Teshikatuten. I've got a massive shortage of modules. I've got a bit of a shortage of solar panels, which I don't care about. I've got a shortage of underground pipes, underground belts, more modules, greenhouses, and pipes. Okay. Other than that, everything is here and available and functional. I kind of want to get this one system set up. True, it doesn't make very much ore, but also we don't need. I was going to say we don't need power, except I suspect this isn't going to be enough, and we are going to need more. But I don't trust it. I just want to put down more free power in order to get it working. Stop giving me tips. I don't need tips. My biggest concern at this point is how quickly this system is going to run and be producing the delivery cannon capsules once it's all hooked up and working. Once it's got all of the inputs, it's going. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know whether this is going to be sufficient to keep up with this proportionally. I just don't know. I do know that I need to go to the loo though, so I'm going to nip off for a second. But I should be right back, and I shall leave the other guys to entertain you while I'm gone. Sorry about that.
Go, Mike, go.
What? I was busy creating a travesty.
Oh, he should have pointed his camera at you then.
that would have been more entertaining. Oh dear. Welcome back, Persistent. Yep. Don't take it personally. Laurence does like to run away from people. That's what he does. To get your revenge, what you should do is to put in the chat, and this is for everyone, Mike is the best. Just wind Laurence up when he comes back, because he will be, firstly, really confused. They'll assume I've done something, which of course we'll all deny profusely. And then after that, you Persistent, yes, you do intimidate him. Yeah, and then after we've all denied that it was me saying to say Mike is the best, he'll be really confused. And I think that is a victory for all of us.
Well, you won't really be confused, because he'll still assume it.
I like this. Way! Go everyone, Mike is the best. Delete the VOD. I feel winning.
Dear. Are you being a bad influence again, Mike?
What, mate? I don't know what you're talking about, mate. I ain't done nothing. I'm just happily over here in my module city, trying to work out what to do.
Oh dear, oh dear. You shouldn't let him influence you like that, chat. He's a bad influence. We all know this.
Me? Bad influence? Never.
Have some coal. There we go. Oh dear.
Don't worry about the kerning. I'm pretty sure that's horrible kerning. Hang on, I'm going to fix that.
Nobody cares. Right, there we go. Right, so this train is to go to oil pickup until it's full, and is to go to oil drop until it's empty. I'm not going to do anything remotely complicated with this train. It doesn't need it. I'm going to go with it though, and because I can't remember if I actually wired up everything correctly at the bottom. Oh, coal-powered trains are slow. Chuff, 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 chuff.
Mike is definitely the better gamer. This is true.
Yeah, he's throwing together an absolutely enormous module city. I'm not sure whether it's actually necessary or whether he's just got carried away. But well,
not necessary. I had one job. It's the only job I was given.
Oh, I didn't bring any pumps. However, everything over here does seem to have power, except for the non-existent pumps, which wouldn't have
Ooh,
power even if they
cryonite
were
rods.
existent. Ooh, well done. now I can be killed by a train on this planet as well. Yes, that is true.
In fairness, I think Laurence's death counter is quite low.
Yes, I've only died once so far in this run.
So
which
is Tristan's.
Which is joint top.
Or joint bottom, depending on how you count it.
Yes. Joint fewest.
But more fundamentally, I suddenly noticed that I think it was about 2 or 3 streams back. I said that I needed to help you to increase your death count. Both of you are on other planets to me right now, and you move pretty quickly.
Yeah,
Can you blame us?
So I think persistent. It's not just you that intimidates Laurence.
Oh, yes, I'm known for being very easily intimidated. Yes. Oh, there we go. There goes the train. Right, so we've got some oil flowing now. Excellent. And almost 30,000 in these tanks. Well, that's probably. I mean, I think the oil is going to go quite a long way on this planet. What are you just going out and destroying random rocks? Silly bots. Let's fly up here just to make sure I've got all the signals in and that I haven't left random ghosts around. Because I mean, I know it's Halloween, but we don't want to have too many ghosts. Oh, okay, sure. Go and get some more coal if you really want.
Speaking of Halloween, have we got an update on Pete and his quest to, in the house he's only just moved into, terrorise all neighbourhood children?
Oh yeah, well he made one of them scream so far, but that was before he started decorating.
I was just going to say, yeah, wasn't that when he just sort of went outside? He's not even here to defend himself.
But to be fair, he should be here, and so it's entirely his fault.
This is a bit where he suddenly popped up in chat and we realised that he's paying attention. He's just being very quiet.
That would be amazing.
It would. And he has no sense of dramatic timing.
Died to trains more than biters. That sounds about right. Yeah, Pete is absolutely terrifying. Have you? Well, you had, as far as I'm aware, you haven't met Pete. But if you had, you'd be absolutely terrified. Oh, I've run out of.
Pretty much. Yep. Yes, persistent. Okay. That is. Yeah.
Still.
It's in fairness. Actually, no. I'm not going to give any more sort of elaboration on that. Yes, Pete went outside and a little girl screamed.
Right, it's time for me to start putting together a shopping list. So let's have a look at let's look back over to Nauvis to start programming things in.
Which I suppose I should renew my generic appeal, Laurence, for us to have a words taken out of context area of the Discord.
I think
you know you're capable of making one.
Yeah, but I feel kind of rude to do it without.
What I think we should actually do is the bot should have a quotes list function where you put in a quote from somebody through some mechanism, and then you can ask for a random quote or a quote from a specific person, and it will spit one back out at you.
Yeah, something I'd need to look into how databases.
That is a thing that is often done on channels like places like this.
Yeah, I'd need to look into how to use databases, but.
Oh, good. Tristan's remembered to turn his thing off. There we go. That can go in the quotes list. Oh, hang on. There's a shopping list system for this now, isn't there? So we use this one down here, and we say, I want an enormous quantity of underground pipes.
I like how you're casually ignoring the massive radar dish that's popped up next to it.
Oh, yeah. Ghosts on Dracket.
Yeah, he hasn't noticed it yet, that's why.
I'm not on Dracket.
I know, it's not useful for you. But...
You're suggesting I should do the same thing, are you?
No, it was the amusement that you were just casually ignoring that there was extra stuff around.
I'm kind of used to there being radar dishes in places, and I just hadn't put 2 and 2 together and got any number, let alone 4.
I think I have disconnected that pylon from the constant.
Yeah, I was just looking in about that because I was curious, and yes, you have. It goes in. It seems to go into this. It seems to go into.
Yeah, so that would be connected to the constant combinator if I actually wanted it to do stuff.
Right. Okay. Cool. I am going to do the same sort of thing with the this though, because that seems like an excellent idea. What are you doing here?
That doesn't directly work because you've got the other chests as well, so it gets more complicated. But you might not.
True.
At the amounts, you might not care.
Yeah, I think I probably don't really care. can't place that yet because we're waiting for the box to come out and place that. Anyway, let's start putting in the shopping list because I can, and it's not. I haven't turned this on yet, so it's not going to empty any of the stuff out. Right. So, underground pipes, yes, please. Are these positives or negatives? Yes, these are positives. Right. Unlike my normal shopping list where I put in negative numbers. So what do we need? We need lots of modules. Tier 2 red and blues. Red, blue, green. Greens were tier 1s because of reasons. Yes, I need greenhouses. That's very true.
I assume it's from a one of the minority in the world who drive on the right.
Oh yes, I saw a message popping up saying someone was grumbling about my our left-hand drive trains. Yeah, well, trains go on the left as far as we're concerned. So yes, for most of us.
Genuinely, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, well, genuinely though, I think I can't remember whether it was this series or a different one, but certainly in the past we have we actually looked it up on stream and we did establish that it genuinely more of the world's population drive on the left than on the right.
I think you might be right. Is it India, isn't it? That's the one that pushes it over the edge.
India is sort of the obviously the big hitter in terms of numbers. Yeah. But it's not as, if I remember rightly, it's not as disparate in terms of number by country as people think.
Right.
It's just that there's one particularly loud, shouty country that drives on the right.
And also all of Europe, apart from the UK. So
yeah,
all the places where I'm likely to go and drive. Actually, that's it. We're going to Japan fairly soon. They drive on the left, but I don't expect to do any driving over there. But yeah, I think every foreign country I've ever driven in drives on the right. I can turn that on now.
Actually, in fairness, I've only driven in Germany once. Yes, once.
I've gone out
and I kept looking the wrong side.
I've driven in quite a few foreign countries, most recently Canada. But yeah, I've been to Germany 3 times and went to the Nürburgring drove to Germany 3 times and I went to the Nürburgring every single time because, of course, I did.
Yeah, fair. Why not you?
Right. Persistent is suggesting you driving a motorbike right up the middle of the road. I mean, that is a thing you can do.
Yeah.
Pumps. I have plenty of pumps. I just didn't have them in my inventory when I was off making that, building up that station. I have like 40 of them left, so I think I'm okay for pumps at the moment. The problem is, I've got most of what I want now with this. For right now, for setting up the system as it is. The problem is, I'm pretty sure that this is not going to be as fast as we want it to be. This whole system here. Now, expanding this out is going to be relatively easy. I've got quite a lot of these machines. This can extend this way, this can extend this way, this can extend this way as well. It's fine. There's plenty of room for expansion. However, I'm not sure how much everything needs to be expanded. I'm not sure how many of these we're going to need to deal with all of the resource, all of the vulcanite that's coming through here. And I'm not sure how much power is going to be needed for all of this. So I think I'm going to assume. Well, I'm going to assume that I'm going to words. Yes, let's bring out enough stuff to make several more of these. Now these produce, what's my current power production rate? 167 from 2 of them, minus the 40 or so, so 120. Let's call it 60 per each. I think they're 70, but let's call it 60. So let's say they do two of these things each, two core mining drills each, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I need 5 of these for the core drills, and let's say 1 more for luck. So I'd probably want a 6th one. The problem is I can't drop blueprints into the system anymore to say, yes, I'd like 6 of these, please, because that mod broke everything, which is rather upsetting. I kind of want to re-implement it and just risk the breakings because it's really frustrating not having it. Trying to think of a sensible way around this. I will put in the thing that loads water into a what's it called, a duct intake. That's the thing. I have a couple of those. And I'll have some random pieces of duct as well.
Where I'm going, Def, because I kept thinking you were saying duck intake. I was like going, that's just quackers. Silence.
Everyone's just in awe of my duck impressions.
Oh, I genuinely didn't hear that.
No.
Oh, right.
Discord got rid of it for us.
Discord blocked it all. So Stream probably heard it, because I don't think it blocked that. But that's quite funny. Oh, the mod has been fixed, apparently, so we can put it back in again.
Oh, it is?
Ah, cool.
I didn't
Shall
get any
we-
updates for my bug report.
No, okay. Tut.
Should we have a test between streams then, just to make sure that works?
Probably be sensible.
It's going to be tricky to test because it crashed on one particular unexpected research finishing, and we can test it with a random research and see if it's fixed for
Right.
that. But we won't
We've got
really
creative
know.
mod. I
Sorry?
mean, not in this game. This exact game hasn't got creative mod, but for example, sorry, I'm under the bus a little
Yeah.
bit. Tristan's got a World for
Oh,
the
true.
intro video,
True. Yeah.
which
we
is
can do with that.
I
I thought we were up to date. I thought I'd updated space exploration fairly recently, but now I come to think of it, the navsat interface was supposed to have changed, and it hasn't changed. So maybe I didn't update it properly. That's weird. I thought I had updated SE, but apparently not.
Nice thing to do.
Yeah,
Bear with.
What's that?
That was me saving all. If it saved asynchronously, you wouldn't have noticed.
Oh, okay. Yes.
We are
a little bar
on
appeared,
space
that's
exploration. Oh, that's all the graphics stuffs. Menu? Yeah. 0.6.8.
Okay, I have no idea what the new number is supposed to be, but yeah, there was supposed to be a change to the navsat view, and that we don't seem to have that, so we definitely haven't upgraded by the looks of it.
0.6.87.
But anyway,
So for
lots of people have said that the latest update fixes that crash, so I'm prepared to risk it, and maybe bring the maybe bring the autosave frequency down a little bit. Yeah, so Madman, we have various ghost counter mod, I suppose. Yes, we can't add any mods at the moment because it's midstream, so we might as well add the one we actually want between sessions. But yeah, that could work. I could go through and do enough for 10 because that is going to be fairly easy. But the problem is the blueprint has all of which one is it? This one. All of these things in it, so it's got a lot of different items. So saying yes, I'd just like 10 of all of that, please, is a faff, and I'd rather be able to just go and say yes, LTN. No, not LTN. Logistics Request Manager, just go and get all of that stuff for me. Oh, Marc has just killed himself with the train.
F in the chat.
Jolly good show. Apparently, latest space exploration is 689.
Okay, so we are. I found it a second ago. 687. We're 2 behind.
Right, so I'm going to take a screenshot of that. And so, where's it saved to desktop? Okay, sure, why not? And I'm going to open this on another screen and then start loading and start pulling in all the stuff I need for this build. Where's the screenshot? That one. Yes, 1031. That's the correct. That's today.
Marc, good news. Chat is sympathetic to your plight.
Yes, they are very kindly effing you.
Yes, it was very stupid of me.
1530. Right, we are now going to have some extremely exciting content where I go through and just request all the bits and pieces I need for this build.
What's interesting, Persistent, is I recently moved to live near Birmingham, and I have still not met anyone from Birmingham. I've met people from the Black Country, from Solihull, from Redditch, from Hall Green, from all these different places, but never anyone who admits to being from Birmingham.
The if so why kind of gives it away.
Shocked reaction there.
Yeah, she's just horrified by the idea that you might be within sort of, I don't know,
50
abuse
miles.
distance or something. So this means that if Mike when Mike misbehaves, it's going to be your job, Persistence, to go over there and discipline him, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it does mean genuinely that you are closer to me, geographically speaking, that probably anyway, than any of the admins or sort of the people that you see in the videos.
Now the question is going to be, who are the closest 2 people on the channel? Because I know Tristan and Pete are vaguely close together, but not
Half
that
an hour's
close
drive.
together. Half an hour's drive, right.
That have actually appeared in a video or stream together. It'll be you and Will, I think.
That's true, yes. Will is only a sort of 10-15
You actually live like next town over.
Yes. And of all the people on the server, he's the person I see most often as well, especially when rehearsals are happening. So,
I genuinely am very curious as to exactly which town it was that said that's the one that you you live in, but I'm also not going to ask because I think I'd be a little bit uncool on stream just to sort of, just throw it in the chat, it'll be fine. Yeah.
Yeah, we'd like at least a postcode. You don't have to give your house number, but in case it's not obvious and anyone who's not realised that was a joke, please do not do so.
It's alright, I've got my railgun ready. Oh wait, no, that's in-game.
Please don't railgun my my viewers. Right, so I'm most of the way through all the bits and pieces that are required for that build, but it doesn't all fit in a single combinator. So the problem is I suppose I can tell actually if I just mouse over. If I link this, this isn't linked up to a. Oh, maybe it's linked to that one. No, none of this is linked to a pylon, so I can't tell what signals are on the everything's.
What do you want? Every 15 seconds you want that lot.
Right. Well, okay. So we're making some progress here. Your postcode's fairly big, or? Well, I guess that means if we ever do get round to doing one of these real life things that we're thinking of doing, we could potentially have guest stars from the. We could invite guest stars from chat along or from the rest of the server along to join in if we need the numbers. But I'm not going to.
Do you want to see the Pyroflux-based smeltery starting?
Mark keeping us on track.
Back on topic. Get on topic. How dare you?
No.
That looks. Oh, that's a Marc Death, not a Marc.
Smeltery. Or.
Oh, there's. No, that's another.
Yeah.
But yes.
I'm not sure where I
No,
should be looking.
What's this? Oh yeah, this
top
is.
left.
Right.
Right, that area.
I'm driving a Pyroflux train there from our core fragmenting.
Core.
Because you don't send any vulcanite.
Working on it. I ran out of underground belts, okay? And that was a tragedy.
And excuses that.
I don't have enough Pyroflux either, so I'm having to smelt stuff without it.
So this is like a mini version of the rocket race for you, Mark, isn't it? Where you had to design an entire base without the right inputs.
Yeah. Yes, Chatter made an important point that I don't have a short of cargo rockets. Oh, of course. What? Why are cargo rocket sections not being built? Oh no. Oh, they are being built, just very slowly.
They will be. Yeah. They will appear in a logistics storage as well.
Well, oh yes, so they do. There's 10
like the
in there.
way.
Yeah, it limits it to 10.
No, that's okay. Yeah. Alright, so if I link that to there, then I can find out which things we've got enough of, probably.
And the pipe is missing, of course.
Oh, they've lit up.
It is just like the rocket race.
Yep.
No steam yet. No molten metal even, not steam.
Yeah, I give it a
the
check.
Pyroflux is needed for the melting and
Yeah.
Right, so my Pyroflux is in here. Now these machines are running at least, but we haven't got any. But they're just.
Oh yeah, they're quite slow.
Yeah, we have molten metal coming out.
They're very slow. Okay. Bloop. Going up there, being made into Ingos.
Oh, the one that can't take productivity modules.
Yeah, there are a couple of steps that can't. I'm intrigued that Marc has put some speed modules in some of these machines rather than just productivitying all the way through.
Empty steel. I see you mean. Sorry,
these top ones can't take productivity.
Yeah, but your big furnaces and your chemical plants have got N-1 productivity and 1 speed.
Yeah, I think that's otherwise you have to use like.
You're down at 20% crafting.
Well,
speed.
the plan is to make. Did you build this with beacons in mind?
No.
Right. Okay.
Yes, in mind, but I thought I don't care. I'll just rebuild it.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I suppose once we've got beacons.
Oh, ingots.
In fairness, looking at the length of 60-second crafting recipe, if you then have, or even 60 seconds is ages.
I get what you're saying, but also it's a sort of throw away 4% or so. But yay, ingots!
Yep,
Awesome.
Nice.
Yeah. Can't do anything with them yet, but oh wait, those are iron. Oh, we got iron and steel ingots being made. Even nicer. I approve.
Yeah, it's easier to make steel through this process.
Yes. Yeah,
Easier
definitely.
TN.
Compared to iron, at least. Right. So the question is: are you going to be bringing the are you shipping out ingots of everything? So iron and steel, and then saying, here are your ingots, you go and deal with them, you cut them up into plates, or are you going to be making plates here as well and then shipping plates out?
I have additional stations for plates as well.
Okay, cool.
And I'll provide both, but in the future I think we should process them like at the drop-off station maybe.
Potentially.
What machine is it?
I think
just
it's an
a regular
machine.
assembler.
Okay, that's not too bad.
Lovely.
Yeah, it is.
One small step in the direction of sorting out our steel shortage, and one giant step in increasing our iron ore shortage, I expect. But never mind that. Right. So over here, where have I got to? Okay, so we're down to.
On related news, we have cryonite rods on the space station.
Wait, can we have them on the planet?
You want some as well, do you?
Yes, please.
Greedy. What was it? Oh yes, rocket parts. That was the other thing I needed.
Actually, do I want cryonite? Cryonite rods are required for efficiency 3 modules.
And I've got enough of those, so let's put it.
So that was a yes, was it? In the end.
Do we want efficiency 3 modules?
Probably at some point, yeah.
So let's say yes, but not necessarily right now.
It might as well be set up now. You don't have to be request them yet, but if you put down a delivery cannon chest for them,
then at least Tristan will be able to drop them somewhere. 5 times machines with all productivity is better. Is it better than mixed modules or with or without beacons? So it depends what your priorities are. So in this case, productivity modules slow stuff down, of course. But they give you free stuff. So in this case, we've got a balance of the two. So we're getting more free stuff, or getting some free stuff, but also we're running the machines a little bit faster, so we don't have to wait quite so long for the products to come through, and don't have to put down quite so many machines. Putting down more machines uses up more power, which is potentially, well, it depends. It shouldn't be a problem for us, but could potentially be, and also requires a lot more modules to put enough modules into all of the machines. However, you can then put the speed modules into beacons instead, which will then speed up the machines that are being beaconed, and that means you don't need as many machines. Your power usage goes up further than if you didn't do that. But once again, the number of modules you need goes down drastically, so it makes it a lot cheaper to build. So the optimum build is to have maximum number of productivity modules in the machines with beacons full of speed modules in order to bring the speed up to a decent level. But we've gone a sort of a half-assed version of that because we haven't got beacons yet. Does that seem like a fair summary?
Yeah, sure.
Additional stations for plate processing is equivalent to I wrote a separate function for that. Yes, we have you now need to use the plates to the ingots to plate subroutine in order to get your plates out of the thing. I've got the capsule, got 23 sections. Good. Efficiency modules, well, depends. I mean, efficiency modules are only any use if you're short of power, and we're not short of power because we have this area up here producing obscene amounts of it out of nothing but water and sunlight. And in space, you tend to be mostly okay because you have the really good solar panels. However, there is definitely an in-between time where efficiency modules are great in things like the particle accelerators that use about 37 gigawatts each or something ridiculous. And you can drop that down to a mere 3 gigawatts or whatever, with a few efficiency modules, and you can't put productivity modules in anyway, so you kind of might as well. How are we doing over here? What am I still waiting for? Oh, lots of underground belts. We're short of underground belts. We're short of 500 underground belts. Jeez, why do we have so few underground belts?
Not me.
I think
I don't think it is me this time.
No, I'm not blaming you for taking them all. I'm just thinking we're just obviously not building them in sufficiently large quantities. They're all being they're all being taken away to be made into red underground belts. So yeah, it is your fault.
Yeah.
I've turned that off.
Oh, yellow underground belts. Yeah. Why are you using yellow underground belts for?
Because that's the blueprint for the free power. It doesn't need faster belts. I suppose I could just switch over to underground red ones. How many have we got? We've got 3. We've only got 372 of those though, so it still wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, you've got more than that. A lot more than that.
Oh, there is a chest here with 374 in.
Oh, sorry, those underground belts. Sorry, beg pardon. I thought I don't even know why. For some reason, I thought you meant belts rather than underground belts. I was like, no. We've got several thousand of those, mate.
Right, so let's call in 300 red underground belts instead of some of these, because those will arrive straight away, and I'm impatient.
Hello, impatient. I'm Mike.
So to bring that up to 800.
I think I've said that for a while.
I think I've got enough of.
Maybe people are being more careful.
Those
True.
and those. What am I still short of? Underground everything's. Yeah, and not much else. I think.
Oh, for goodness sake.
The rocket modules are going to be the rocket sections are going to be a problem because they are being made incredibly slowly down here because there's a tragic shortage of the of these things coming through. Now, do they have all of their ingredients? Yes, they do. Oh, yes. This was the thing I had. I had plans to extend this when it became a problem. So let's do that. Let's do that and that and that. There we go. Now, tragically, this is going to require yellow underground belts, so it's not going to get built for a while. But at least it's improvements for the future. Yes, Mike's dad jokes are genuine dad jokes, whereas mine have just come from a faux pas.
Hey. Yes, I even for my my first sort of Father's Day thing. It was the first Father's Day going was the only one. Anyway, I got a mug saying "Warning: Dad joke loading," which I am now required by my team to carry around in the office before I start speaking to them, unless it's something very serious.
Just to provide advance warning, you mean, essentially?
Yep.
I think you should be allowed to go wander around without carrying it, but if you are, you're not allowed to crack any jokes, especially not dad jokes.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. If I may, or be even remotely tempted to make a dad joke, they want warning.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Which, yeah, I'm okay with that.
It's like holding up a little sign when you're saying something sarcastic. I think that might have been a Big Bang Theory thing, but I think it might have been something else as well, or probably first.
Oh yeah, that's a recurring joke in a whole bunch of things. We have, on that sort of note, we have a handful of new grads have joined us. One of whom is incredibly gullible.
Oh dear.
Anyway, I didn't realise this, but he came into our office, which has a real equipment shortage. People took stuff home for COVID to work from home, fine, and then there's nothing in the office. Anyway, he's going around looking at all the desks, saying, "Right, what do I need to do to get these into working order?" Good, happy. So I was sort of pointing at desks and saying, "Well, can we have this on this and this on the da da da?" And then I said to him, "Look, can we have 2 monitors on every desk, please?" And he went and looked at the chap literally sat next to us, who's got 3. And this is one of my developers, really lovely guy, quite introverted. If you know him, which I'm sure you don't, but if you do know him, he's a really nice guy, but very, very, very quiet. And I said, actually, I may as well give his name because Chris here.
Bob.
Chris has got 3 monitors on his desk. Do not take his 3rd monitor. And this grad just looked at me slightly funny, and I was thinking, right, the reason you don't want to take Chris's 3rd monitor
is because bites.
In fact, he used to be an Olympic javelin thrower, and it's a good 10, 20 meters to the door from here. And this guy just looked at me in horror. I was like, "Are you being serious?" I was just like going, no. No, I am not.
Poor guy having to put up with you.
Yeah.
Oh.
He apparently he was genuinely shocked to find out that I was the project manager. He thought that I was
just some tit who turned up and made noises.
Company clown.
Basically, yeah, he assumed that I was sort of a project secretary or something like that. Yeah, because I was sort of wandering around talking about people. In fact, he wandered in as it was coming up to one of the finance milestones, and I was talking to people about timesheet bookings, and he just assumed that I was a secretary of some sort. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. There's much worse things that I have been accused of being in my life.
Like a project manager.
Like a project manager. Yeah.
3 is the right number of monitors, in my opinion. I tried. I fitted. I've got mine are all on proper monitor stands, the sort that bolt onto the back of the desk, which I did have to cut some holes in the desk for, but never mind. We'll gloss over that for now. But I had one for my first 2 screens, and the second one was on a stack. Now, actually, this is my old job where I had a large laptop that was on top of a thing of a pile of books or something. Then I upgraded to the third real monitor, and I got another stand, and each stand can take 2 monitors. So I thought, well, I might as well put a 4th one all the way over here as well, just because I've got stands for them and see what it's like. And no, it wasn't good. It didn't work for me. I just got it was uncomfortable to have to turn my head all the way around to here in order to see it. So yeah, I reckon 3 is the right number, and I tend to use this one as my main one. This one is a very close second, and then this one is a sort of a slightly less because it's a bit off to the side. But yeah, 3 is the correct number, I feel.
I'm going to horrify you right now.
I have considered.
Is that vertical as in rotated 90 degrees?
Yeah, I think she means two sort of horizontal, one there, one above it, and then a vertical one next to the 2, which I can see that working. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about vertical stacking. I've never tried it though, so I
had
I don't know.
a square one above one of my others, and I didn't like that.
I genuinely did have back before COVID, when we were in the office, a vertical, like a monitor rotated vertically.
I've tried it. I don't really like it, and I'm not quite sure why not.
I really did like it. I really, really found it very,
very
helpful.
Documents or code? Because I can see it
those are the usual reasons to like it.
On that one, it was documentation.
Yeah, I can see that being useful.
Yeah, at the time, I was a sort of deputy operations manager / change manager, so it was lots of documentation, that kind of thing.
I'm a tech author. Everything I do is documentation, so it should work. But then, actually, to be fair, I think when I did have that, I wasn't really tech authoring at the time, particularly. But pumps. But yeah, I tried it for a little while. I think I ran into some issues with it. I think for some things it was fine, but there were some things it was really, really bad for. And sometimes I wanted to do 2 of the things it was really bad for at the same time, so I couldn't just have 1 of each. Like it's really bad for watching films or playing games, for example. So you do need to have at least 1 horizontal one, or at least I do.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Where are offshore? Why can I never find offshore pumps? There they are. Yeah, I had a friend at my old job who was really, really into EVE Online at one point, and he had 4 monitors in a 2x2 array, and because he would multi-session in EVE, whatever it's called, where you have multiple games running at the same time, so you could have 2 ships mining, 1 doing combat and 1 carrying stuff. I don't know EVE. I never played it very much, and it was great for that because the 2 at the top he could sort of lean back and look up at relatively easily. I think he even had them tilted forwards towards him, but he didn't need to look at them all that often, so he wasn't using them heavily. So yeah, maybe. I'm trying to think of other examples of this sort of thing I've seen. I do remember the guy from one of the what's the YouTube channel called? Stuff Made Here has, I think, he certainly has at least 2, maybe 3 in a horizontal plane, and then 1 above, and he uses the one above for some sort of background joke. So whenever he's doing something on his computer, you should look at what's on the top screen because there'll probably be some sort of punchline there. Hotboxing, it means something entirely different to me, Rage, but yeah, maybe. Mining lasers is a nice idea, actually. Yes, you just you'd have your spaceship land next to an asteroid with a massive quantity of beryllium on it. It fires the lasers a few times and gradually starts to fill itself up. That'd be quite nice. Right. Okay. I think I have my monitors higher than you are officially supposed to. So the official guidelines for monitors is basically that the top of the monitor should be level with your eyes, I think. I prefer to have the monitor about a third of a monitor higher than that. It just seems more comfortable to me. So every time, so I get grumbled at every time there's a health and safety checkup, but it's more comfortable for me. So
mine's like that at the moment because I'm slouching.
So having them even higher, so yeah, they'd be even higher for me. But yeah, maybe if I did go vertically stacking them, then I could shift them down a little bit. Yeah, so maybe that would work. I don't know. The monitor stands I have, the poles aren't long enough to have another set on the top. We've got a train that's run out of fuel. Is that mine? That's mine. Okay, I haven't sorted that out yet. That's all right then. That's a known thing. Yeah, I'm surprised. I chucked quite a lot of coal in that. Like I filled it up with coal, so I'm a little bit surprised it's run out already. But meh, don't care. Yeah, Eve is basically a second job, and I don't think I think it's slightly harder to earn a living from it than it is with Factorio. So, yeah. My train of thought. My train of thought just ran out of coal.
Choo-choo.
Where did it get to?
That was my contribution.
Oh, it's over there where it's run out of... I mean, I suppose it makes sense that it runs out of fuel in a station because that's the point where it needs to accelerate away hardest, so maybe. Right, I'm going to go back to thinking about Nauvis. I filled this rocket up to 145 stacks. It feels like a waste to launch it, but...
That is now cheaper than it used to be to do stuff like that.
True. Oh yeah, I was going to put some pulverizers and other such things in it as well because I feel like I'm probably going to want to. Oh.
Do you need fuel to get home?
Probably. All right, let's put some fuel in.
Right. Okay. I've just done the calculations on how many of these I need to get one full belt of tier 1 modules. It is a lot.
A full belt of tier 1 modules. Yeah, it does sound like a lot. No, thinking I'm probably going to need to put in more machines to make the cargo pods, but that's another blueprint to look at and swear at, and I'm not sure I have the sanity remaining for that, especially if we're going to be adding in a mod to do it for me later. Let's have a quick look at the blueprint, see how many different things go into it. Quite a several, and a lot of those we're a bit short of anyway. Actually, quite a lot of that I've already got for one reason or another anyway. Modules I'm a bit short of. I think I'll just not for now and see how... I'm going to set up a very, very slow but functional system and then decide on how much it needs, how many times over it needs to be upgraded once we've got the other things. Mike Madman is comparing himself to you, or you to himself, or something like that.
I mean, fair enough.
Just on the sheer levels of overbuild.
Everybody likes to compare me to themselves for obvious reasons. Need I say more?
Let's have some more of them, and probably some more chem plants as well, just because you can never have too many. Citation needed. Is there anything else? Well, I'll have to do. Yeah. Oh, yeah. A full purple belt of tier 9 productivity modules would be very handy right now.
On it. There may be a little bit of a while for that project to complete.
Holy.
But...
Right. Okay. Yeah, that is a lot of machines. Can you? I suppose you're not going to be able to beacon those, are you? Because the productivity modules count as an end product, and so you could speed module them. That would mean you wouldn't need quite so many ranks of those machines. Yes, a purple belt is a K2 thing. So that's not the button I meant to press. That's the button I meant to press. If I put belt in here, blet, you get 15 items a second, 30, 45. 60, 90, and then space transport belts, which are mere 45, and then but the deep space ones are 90. So yeah, any of your deep space belts of full will be fine as well. I keep seeing this and keep wanting to prod Mike, but he's out of reach.
Fun fact: most of the time I spent playing Factorio is ages back. I don't believe beacons were in vanilla at that point.
That's not a fun fact.
Well, the thing is, I spent a lot of time playing it, got it on Steam, spent some more time playing it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just sort of stopped. Nothing against the game or anything. No particular reason, just the people I was doing multiplayer stuff with preferred other games.
That's fair.
And I think today I moved on to other things. And so when we've done these things together, I genuinely keep forgetting that beacons are a thing.
Yeah, I didn't start using beacons until embarrassingly late in my Factorio career, because I never really got round to using them. I thought, well, why not just make more machines? And it wasn't. I think it was actually. This is really bad. It was probably during my last space exploration run. Was the first time It's not the first time I used beacons, but it's the first time I used them heavily and properly and in sort of very large quantities.
Space exploration does encourage it a bit more because it goes, you can only put one beacon per machine, so you don't have the...
Oh yeah, you don't have the crazy beacon spam where half your base is half your machines are beacons. Yeah, that's
which
true.
just feels silly to me. Which is possibly similar to Mike's thing where they weren't really a thing.
Yeah.
But that right up against that like that, then it can pass the water straight
Assistant's
through.
going to come and give me a good prodding.
Sounds like.
Yeah, it's just sort of one of those interesting ones where it's just a blind spot in the way I do Factorio. Like, I can think of all of the weird and wonderful ways that you used to have to do things because, like the cargo wagon tricks. Like, I remember back in the day, the cargo wagon was implemented as a single chest, effectively with a different sized hitbox, which meant all the inserters reached to the center of it.
Oh.
Which meant that this is ages back.
That was before my time, I think.
Yeah. That was fixed quite fairly quickly. For reasons of, I think it was reasons of graphics, trains were different lengths depending whether they were horizontal or vertical.
Oh yes, I remember that.
Shorter.
I'm aware of that as a thing. Yeah.
So that meant that trains, if you put 6 exerters off a train carriage, the 2 at the ends were substantially slower than the 2 in the middle. Because they had to basically reach that much further. It had to actually spin all the way around.
At least these days, I thought it was the range, the speed of the concertos was entirely down to the angle it has to turn through, which is why Angel Bob's ones are so ridiculously quick.
Yeah, but it's if you have to go through the obtuse angle rather than 180 degrees angle.
Oh,
so
right.
I thought they always turned the faster route.
No, not always.
But that's why they sometimes turn different ways when they're picking up off a belt. Oh, right, now thing, yeah.
No.
Yeah, it was. There was a whole sort of, like right now, if you get a train thing and you pick up a signal, you can just see what all of the
heck.
What are they called? Chunks, not chunks. Zones. I've forgotten the proper name for them.
Where the wagon
places where a wagon can be.
Yeah, partly that and partly that, but also you got the different coloured lines down the middle of the track for the different rail blocks. That's it. Rail block system. Yeah. You didn't used to get that. You just had to work it out by hand.
Interesting. I mean, it makes perfect sense. I've just had a revelation. If you put all of your roboports over into construction mode, they can't come and pick anything up out of your yellow chests because the yellow chests have to be in a logistics area. I hadn't thought of that as a thing. Fortunately, the little light bulb went on, and I went, "Oh yeah, let's do that." Yeah, having different designs for vertical and horizontal stations must have been an absolute nightmare. Having 12 beacons round an assembly machine is also nonsense, of course, as well.
Yeah, Johan's right. I mean, certainly I always put a lot of effort in making sure that all stations were horizontal because you could get an extra 4 inserters around the train.
And having the Bob's inserters thing where you can have your inserter can pick up and put down anywhere in a 7x7 square is kind of ludicrous, especially given what they look like when they stretch out for a full sort of triple long inserter style. That's all a bit weird.
It means you end up with all your inserters not by the machines they're going for, because that means they're really, really fast inserters. Because they barely have to move any angle.
Yeah, that's true. Or you
don't bother because you got ludicrously fast ones anyway.
Yes. The other weird thing I ended up with the Angel Bob's inserters was, so you know how normally if you're building up a row of things, so you want to turn yellow belts into red belts into blue belts into green belts into purple belts or whatever, if you don't plan ahead properly, you just go along and you don't put a gap in the middle for the chests. Whereas it doesn't with Bob's inserters. You can then go and put a chest in the middle anyway and have it take out take out from below and put it into the square next to it, and then have one on the other side that takes out from next to it and puts it in upwards. So. Yes.
Oh yeah, Bob's inserters are. It was ages back when I used to stream. It was a Angel Bob's run that I did.
But they don't.
That was the kind of shenanigans that
you have the ludicrous shenanigans from them, but it doesn't feel OP because the rest of the mod pack is so complicated. You feel like it's just sort of throwing you a bone there and just making things slightly more manageable, because otherwise it would be an absolute nightmare. I think I'm going to launch this rocket, even though it's not very full. Taishikuten landing pad, launch trigger none, manual, launch. Whoosh. This, unless I've screwed up somewhere, which is entirely possible, will allow me to get some vulcanite flowing. Yeah, the loaders feel a little bit easy mode. I'm pretty sure some of the later buildings, some of the later assembly machines are going to feel a little bit crazy. I suppose you've got even in space exploration, you've got the space manufactories that run at 10 times speed of. So there are a lot of crazy fast machines in that. The science labs are pretty quick as well.
Massive.
They are indeed also massive, yes, but they're not 10 times as big as a normal assembly machine. They're maybe 4 times as big, maybe slightly more. Yeah, loaders are blatantly a shenanigan, but yeah. Right, okay.
You want like an average.
Right, so we are now having a bot friend. Let's put my bots in there as well, because I'm not actually using them at the moment, and it'll allow this to run a little bit quicker because there's another 20 of them. We can now get this built up a little bit more quickly, and we'll have even more free power available. Oops, I built over a core seam there. That's a problem. I'm gonna have to rip out some. But I'll deal with that later. I suppose it depends how long it takes you to get the K2 assembly machines in vanilla Factorio. Because if it takes you, if you've got to the point where you're basically at a mega base before you even unlock them, then you're getting it feels like you're getting somewhat appropriate rewards. But yeah, if you get them early on, then it's just a little bit silly. Right, you are supposed to be in construction mode. You are supposed to also be in construction mode. I should have brought more bots out as well, actually. Oh well, never mind. Come on, come up here and finish these things off. These are the ones I'm interested in. These are the exciting ones. Or maybe the stuff that's... Oh, no, I should have brought more yellow chests over. I haven't got any more logistics chests. That's a problem. Let's... Are you a... Yeah, you're a yellow chest. Let's place those two like that for now. And then I can put in... At least I can put in another 2. Which still isn't going to be quite enough, but it'll help. It'll bring some more of the stuff out of it. All of this stuff in here it's in a convenient random order at least, I suppose. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here that is in the wrong place. I suppose I can keep pulling the stone out of here manually if I have to. And there's some junk in here, like all of these core fragments. I can take them away and put them somewhere sensible. And I thought I saw some stuff in here that shouldn't be there. Vomit loops for biological science. Yeah, I could send myself more bots, but that would mean launching an entire new space rocket, and I don't want to launch a rocket because they're expensive and time-consuming to put together. So no, I'm not going to launch another rocket just to bring out some more bots. However, next time I want more bots, hopefully I'll remember to send them out in a rocket. Feel free to.
In fact, remember that.
Yes, there's a.
Sorry, voice narrator. My Morgan Freeman impersonation needs a lot of work. That's all I'm saying on that.
Yeah, of all the people who could who I might choose to narrate my life, I don't think I'd put you particularly high on the list, I'm afraid.
I thought you liked my introductory narration voice for the start of stream video.
Oh yeah, it's fine for something like that, but I'm not sure I'd want it just going on forever, narrating my entire existence. That'd be terrifying.
I mean, you know.
Absolutely horrific. Can you imagine? Jeez.
I'm saying nothing.
The idea of having my life narrated is sort of amusing in a weird way, but I'm not sure it's something. Yeah, I don't think I'd want it to be done in Mike's voice, especially as most of the time he'd just be sort of being sarcastic about something I'd done. Laurence thought this was a good idea. It was not a good idea. It'd just be that sort of thing endlessly, wouldn't it? Really, if we're being honest here.
Lawrence removed his belt from the ceiling fan. He realised that perhaps it wasn't the cleverest thing he could have done. The Truman Show remastered by Mike. Yeah, that would be a beautiful and horrific thing. Oh no.
Why is there a bot sitting over here with it holding a roboport that doesn't and just not knowing what to do with it? Let's just grab it out of the sky.
Well, have you spoken kindly to it about what to do with it? You know, given it appropriate training?
I put down some yellow chests. That's all they use. That's usually all. They're usually quite happy with that. This one apparently not, though. Okay, so at the moment they're just building up the power area, which makes perfect sense because it is the closer part, but it's not actually what I'm interested in them doing at the moment. I don't know if solar efficiency affects personal solar panels. I would expect it to, but I don't know for certain because I think by the time I just don't use solar panels, and I certainly don't use them off Nauvis because they're crap. And by the time I go anywhere, I've got something better. Like in this case, a small portable generator. I can't remember what I had in Vanilla SE, but yeah, just
the RTG.
Maybe I had one of those by then.
Really disappointed if they were not affected.
Yeah, pretty much.
I have a portable solar panel in my inventory, and it's fine.
When you say in your inventory, you mean as
in my armor.
In your armor.
Is that all you're using to power yourself?
Fine.
Oh yeah, Tristan doesn't use bots though. Tristan just sits and hides in a corner and sulking, and then letting doing everything through navsat, so he doesn't use personal bots or anything like that.
I've been using my personal bots for a bunch of this stuff, and it's been fine as long as you're using it in bursts. It's fine.
I think some of my
I also have
big bursts.
When I've been on Nauvis, I've had the Tesla towers around, which has helped.
Okay.
As well.
Might be a little bit different then in that case.
It's also possible I have more battery storage. No,
I've basically put as much jetpack into my thing as possible because I want to be able to fly around.
5 jetpacks. Plus the built-in one.
Persistent says that she's about to get an RTG, and I misread that as RPG, and I got very concerned for a second. I was like, hang on, I'm nearby. Oh no! RTG, yeah, fair enough. Makes more sense.
I don't know. If you're nearby, an RPG might make more sense.
Do that. Think of the child. Who very cutely has realised if she holds a spoon and a fork in her same hand, she can shovel more food into her mouth at once. Which is both hilarious and disgusting, not gonna lie. I'm being threatened by Laurence. Laurence, your chat is threatening me.
And what do you suggesting I should give her an extra free channel membership or something?
I mean, in fairness, having the guts to threaten me is definitely worthy of some sort of reward. Yeah.
All right, there we go. Now I can use the at least once this finishes unloading, and once I find the appropriate parts, now I can start using the big ducts to carry water around. And there we go. I've got 6 pumps all pumping into this one duct intake. Not quite as neatly as I would ideally have liked, but never mind. It should get me a decent amount of flow throughput. So we'll see how things get on. You say early bot grind. Yeah, I mean your personal bots aren't great early on because you haven't unlocked all of the improvements yet by that point. So they aren't enormously powerful, but you can. But then you should be setting up roboports to do it all for you, because roboports, if you can put more and more of them down and parallelize it quite easily, and they can charge the bots a lot faster than you can. Or at least they can. Each one roboport can charge the bots just as fast as you can. Hello, Andy. Welcome. Come on, bots. Stop building up stuff I don't care about and start building up stuff I do care about. In fact, if I turn one of these over into... If I put it into logistics mode, it'll just have a really, really short range. And then hopefully nothing will work beyond that. In fact, I could do that with further over this way as well. Or alternatively, it's just going to put... Nope, that's not the right mode. Alternatively, if I put all these into logistics mode, then all the bots are going to go, I don't know where to go anymore. These roboports are linked. Oh no, they do seem to be flying back over that way. Oh, thanks for the subscription, Zucker. Much appreciated. How is the factory going? Well, I'm getting close to the point where my factory will start to produce small quantities of vulcanite, so that's good. I'm just waiting for these damn bots down here to stop building the power plant and start building the stuff I actually want them to be building instead. No, they're still all linked together.
So two people. Oh no, okay, fair enough.
We'll see how this, but yeah, they'll. I'm sure they'll fairly quickly learn what I actually want them to do. Currently, we are working towards production science, which is a science pack, believe it or not. There we go, production science. This one, and that requires productivity modules, which Mike is making in obscene rates. I think he's making about a solid red belt of them. Maybe he's pointing at it there.
No, solid blue belt.
Solid blue. We haven't made blue belts yet. We haven't got production science.
Listen. Just because you're behind on the logistics infrastructure doesn't mean that I'm not going for it. Yeah.
Oh dear. Where was I? Yeah. So production science. So Mike is making enormous quantities of productivity 1 modules over here. We also need iron ingots, which Marc has been making over here. Yes, here. So this is a system now that's processing the ores and then melting the ore, melting the processed ore, and then turning it into ingots, so we can get the iron ingots out and some other things. And oh, those are filters. Okay, I'm not sure. Oh, this is presumably another of the same over here. Then it turns out we need uranium-238, that's pretty easy, we've got that. Vulcanite block, which I'm off getting at the moment. Machine learning data, which needs a bajillion different things to go into it. And plasma stream, which also needs another bajillion things. So there's quite a lot of stuff at the moment that we're working towards in order to try and get this production science pack. So there's been a bit of a jump. I mean, we worked our way nicely, happily through these. Got to space science, and sure, it was blue circuits. It was space transport belts, which I had to make. Cosmic water, which I had to make. And then production science was an enormous jump forward from there. And now I think I'm probably going to blame this mostly on Krastorio, because I know that Arundel has put a lot of effort into making the difficulty curve a bit smoother in Space Exploration 0.6, and this is a crazy jump. Yeah, it got real, should we say? Yes, you're not wrong. Ooh, are we doing stuff up here yet? Where are my bots? What are my bots doing? Where are my bots? Where are my bots? What's going on?
Where did you last have them?
They were all flying around over here doing bot stuff. But now they seem to have... There's 7 of them. There's another 8. I'm going to take them out of the chests, the roboports over here, and put them in the roboport over here, and see if that encourages them to go and do what I want them to do. No, but there's one in there as well. Are these roboports not linked properly or something? Is that not... Yeah, they're not linked properly. Oh, because I put that one back into logistics mode. That's why. So I need to put that there. Now the bots know what I want them to do. There they go. Look at that spray of bots. Whoosh. Okay. Now I've learned why the problem was.
Was it error between chair and keyboard?
Yes, but there are many of those possible errors, and I had to find out which specific between keyboard and chair the problem keyboard and chair problem
fairness, was. in this screen, there are 4 between chair and keyboard errors that there could possibly be. And let's be honest here, one of them is incredibly efficient. Sort of Germanic levels of industrial prowess, so it's not going to be him.
Yeah, but even taking all of that into account, there are still many different possible errors that could occur in the same between keyboard and chair space. I'm not limited to making a single mistake, you know. I'm capable of making far more than one mistake at a time.
It is a fair point.
So I had to work out which of those particular mistakes I've made.
Oh dear. I was genuinely sat there thinking, how rude can I be to you before we have to notify Twitch that it's an abusive stream?
Yeah. Did you know you're not even allowed? Twitch won't even let you tag streams with the tag noob. Apparently, that's considered an abusive.
Have you tried to tag it with Mike?
Because
touche.
Because I tried to tag my stream with noob when I for the Dyson Sphere program one, because it was the first time I'd ever played it, so it seemed appropriate and accurate and stuff. But Twitch wouldn't let me have that in there because apparently it was abusive language or something like that. So yeah. Oh, I've missed some pipes. Pipe. Oh, I've got some in.
Right. Oh
no. Yeah. So yes, you are not allowed to tag a Twitch stream with the tag noob. Newbie is okay, apparently, and beginner and stuff like that, but apparently noob is now a pejorative. That's the word I'm trying to say.
A prerogative term.
Yes, it is yes. Being a noob is my prerogative. That's another way to look at it.
It is genuinely. I find it genuinely kind of odd what words are and are not on the allowed list, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Is that the wrong button? Yeah,
what was sort of hilarious is my wife was for a while working in a sort of advertising-ish area. She could really upset me for saying that, but it was.
Advertising adjacent.
Well, it was to do with advertising. It's to do with digital media analysis and so on, but it was advertising and marketing particularly she's looking at. And they got a contract in to do some ad stuff. And there was a list of basically banned keywords. What they're saying is we don't want our ads to appear on websites alongside these words and phrases. Right. And she didn't recognise half of them, so she spent a happy half day Googling random terms to find out why they were offensive.
Oh dear.
And some of them were really obscure. What was doubly awkward is that I was at work as well, and she kept, texting me these random words.
I've just learned a word.
Why? I've learned this word. Do you know what a pasty is? I was there like, you mean like a Cornish pasty? She's going, no. No, not at all.
I've heard similar stories about school safeguarding related stuff where there are terms that you end up having to Google and you really don't want to know what they mean. Oops.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a particularly awkward one, especially if you are one of the, let's call it safeguarding researchers, who needs to keep up to date with what is and isn't going on.
Yes, and you have you end up with a very, very dubious search history.
Yeah. It looks dodgy as is kind of essential because that's your job. Make sure you keep up to date with what's going on so that you spot when these things are happening.
Yeah.
And then the police raid your house, and it all goes downhill from there.
Yes. So as someone involved with the school, you shouldn't really be looking up these terms. Excuse me?
It's my job.
Oh no.
Oh dear. Right, what do I want? I want 800 milligram belts. Oh, you.
Oh yeah, you don't want to be. You shouldn't open Twitter. That's always a bad idea.
Yeah.
Mike, could you take out a delivery cannon chest with you, please?
Delivery cannon chest?
Yeah, because you want cryonite.
Oh, sorry, yes, with you.
And a signal transmitter.
No guard has discovered the Scunthorpe problem, although under a different
receiver
word.
Or transmitter?
Mm-hmm.
Receiver or transmitter?
Do you want to send requests or receive requests?
Yeah, I can see why you're struggling to work out which the bad word in
transmitter
that is. Yeah, I don't know.
Transmitter.
I'm showing my innocence, obviously.
Hang on.
Need a lot more of that.
The warehouse of shame has failed me.
Did you look for something in it and couldn't find any of whatever it was you shamefully needed?
Yeah, I've been basically just picking up Laurence's scraps because there is a plethora of them. So if I want
Plethora is a good word. I like plethora.
You also need constant combinator, Mike.
If I wanted 412 steam engines, this chest right here.
You're welcome.
In fairness, I'll take those electronic components. 727 basic tech cards.
To be fair, the steam engines, I'm not sure why Laurence would have had those.
Yeah, I've never done anything with steam engines, I don't think. So
That would have been deconstructing the power plant that was over there.
16 filtration plants. 14 electrolysis plants.
Filtration plants will be him, yeah.
Actually, in fairness, I was going to bloat burst ammo. No, fair enough. That makes sense.
That was him.
That was me,
but
yes.
It's also fair enough.
But that was for you. That was to give you a present. So stop being so ungrateful, you wretch.
400 mining drill Mark IIs.
Oof. Oh, that'll be the copper mine.
Could that be a deconstruction or something?
No, that wouldn't be that many.
100? No, it's way more than just.
I don't think that needs to be 1,000. I think that can be a bit lower. Let's make that 500, because then this system will actually start working, and I can actually say, "Hooray! I've made some." Well, I can't say "Hooray! I've made some vulcanite" yet, but I soon I can.
Over 100 rocket control units, 24 satellite telemetry just randomly. Yeah.
Sorry, Twitch chat. I've been told that apparently there's that someone wasn't allowed to use the word jiggle in World of Warcraft because it contains a slur, and I'm personally drawing a bit of a blank on that one. It is significantly less obvious than the Scunthorpe problem, at least, should we say? I mean, there are many problems with Scunthorpe. The spelling is but one of them.
I was looking for a signal transmitter.
Oh, well, these pylons don't have long enough range. Do that.
What's it under? Infrastructure?
They're over.
Probably logistics. Yeah, logistics.
Okay, they'll work like that eventually.
Got one. 8 on the way.
If you set your personal quest and also set your personal limit to 1, bots will only bring 1.
Yep, on the way 1. There we are. Any go?
I didn't bring out more oil refineries. I was thinking that was a thing I should probably bring, but I didn't, and now I've run out. But I have put in 4. I've been able to put in 2 additional ones, so hopefully that'll be enough. Actually, oil refineries aren't. Are they? How difficult are oil refineries to make? Just in my pockets, as it were. That one. There's quite a bit of steel in there as well. No, I can't be bothered with that. Yeah, that's true. Basement is a bannable word as well. Yeah.
Basement contains semen, but factually accurate statement. Factually accurate statement in 2 different ways.
Yes, are you talking specifically about your basement there, Persistent, or basements in general?
You really want to know the answer to that? Good night, Rage.
Oh, what? Oh, I missed that one. Sorry, Rage. Good night. I missed your message saying you were going. But yes, thank you for joining. I hope you've enjoyed. Well, I'm glad you've enjoyed the stream, and see you next time. I think I need to red belt this one. This is now a limiting factor of throughput, so let's speed that one up. However, actually down here, the fact that the speed I'm making. Oh. Huh?
In response to Persistent being asked if Siemens in her basement, she's asked if she can phone a friend.
Is this the friend who you expect to be responsible for this sort of thing? What do your friends get up to in your basement? Blimey.
I've just got this sort of.
Mike, are you the friend in question?
What?
I know you're nearby. Is this your fault?
I know nothing, but I can hear the touch mods descending on us.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't even ticked the stream not suitable for underage audiences thing. Because Al isn't here, and most of the rest of us aren't that sweary. Ooh, I do have some turbines though. Can you tell I'm trying to do 2 things at once?
Like,
talk about
the PG stream thing, because Al's not here and he's the sweary one. Oh look, turbines. Exactly. Look, I've got some turbines though. As though the turbines are the sweary problem.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
That's sort of what I was getting at. Yeah. I don't know. Mike is quite loud, so yes. Well, I assume he enjoyed the stream because he'd been here for several hours. So if he didn't enjoy the stream, he's some sort of sucker for punishment. So I'm just going to assume he did enjoy the stream because that's better for my sanity and morale and stuff as well. Is this going to be able to blow off all the steam?
It depends, persistent, on which of the towns I mentioned quite a while back now it is that you're in. Some of them, yes. Others, no.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, having the centrifuges as part of the vulcanite processing, yes, it's an extra step. But, I mean, it's just an extra step. It doesn't really... The fact that it's centrifuges that are needed and it's a Kovarex style recipe... When you've been playing Factorio for quite a long time, it almost doesn't matter what each individual step is, and if you see something that has a load of ingredients that just feed round and get fed back into the input again as well, then it's just okay. It's a slightly weird recipe. You deal with it. It's not. I don't think it's the end of the world. Yes, maybe he's a masochist. In which case, if he didn't enjoy the stream, he did enjoy the stream. Perfect.
Reminds me of it's a radio program called Bleak Expectations. Ages back, they say that the guy goes to hell for a quest. He says that it was full of the screams of the screams of pain of the eternally damned, and also in the background the happy screams of the eternally masochistic damned.
Yes. Oh, these. Oh no, they don't. Yeah, I need more of the first stuff coming through across here. So let's put in another.
Those as well. More of those, yes. All of the balance.
And we can join this in. Yeah, about here. I think is probably the best place for it. So put a little bit of undergroundy like that, and then this can come down like that, and well, that eventually once we've cleared it, tidied up all the sulfur. There we go, like that. Top that up nicely. This belt's starting to fill up, actually. I think I'm going to need another upgrade along here.
Medium patch, run away! Run away! Who left that there, right on the flight path between the warehouses of shame, which I keep raiding for more supplies, and the module city that I was making?
Oh no, you're right. It's putting out the wrong thing. I forgot to set the filter on there. Thank you for pointing that out. Damn stream lag for not pointing it, for meaning it didn't get pointed out quite soon enough, and everything has now gone horribly wrong. Oh, I don't have any. I've got some yellow belts that'll do. Right, so if I can stand here and just go la 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 la, fill my inventory up with this stuff, please. Eventually, I'll get it all off there. Actually, maybe I won't. Yes, I will. Well, we'll see.
Oh no, you won't.
It's not Panto season yet.
It's nearly Panto season.
It's, I don't know, the Panto season as far as I'm concerned isn't until January, but that's because the Desbras tend to do their Panto.
Oh, yes it is. No?
No.
Okay.
Try and put these sort of jokes behind you.
I did. I don't think you ever actually tried to get me to join Desbras, did you?
No, I suspect it's probably considered a little rude to try and poach somebody from one drama group to another, especially when you're in both of them and therefore have some sort of loyalty to them. So Will poaching me from Desbras to Wales doesn't count, but since I'm in both of them, I'm supposed to have at least some loyalty, probably.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
There we go.
Yes, I know that there was a couple of others that asked if I'd be willing to help out backstage for them.
Yeah, because I mean, it's like having a face for radio. You have an acting skill for backstage, so.
I do indeed.
The face for backstage.
Yeah.
Oh no, occasionally people see him, even if he's doing backstage stuff.
Yeah, that's just because I'm not very good at it. Actually, genuinely,
going up now. Good.
On every single show I backstaged for, I ended up intentionally on stage in full view.
Yeah,
and not just because I was prattling around. Like actually, genuinely, someone was there going, "Mike, you need to get involved."
Yeah, and you think about it. I mean, Andy Cully, pretty much, who is the stage manager of the group, basically has a sort of an entire on-stage persona where he comes on and plays the surly, grumpy backstage character person, and just comes on and sort of in sort of I don't know, flips off the audience in the cabaret shows when they cheer him and that sort of thing. So yeah, it is sort of a thing. Ooh, we've made 4 delivery cannon capsules. Hooray!
Ooh.
Why have we only made 4? Oh, there's no oil input. That's why we've only made 4.
Do we want lithium on the bus, or is it only going to other places?
I think we're going to need it in the rocket systems, but I don't think we need it beyond that. Other than that.
Okay.
Please feel free to citation needed me on that. What's a citation provided?
I want vulcanite blocks, imersite crystals, and cryonite rods.
Do you have a delivery cannon?
I have a
location?
delivery cannon chest and a signal transmitter. I'm just trying to work out where best to put them.
I could just drop them on your head if you'd prefer.
I don't feel it's there.
There you are. I was so tempted to try this.
Hang on, let me
Good
go
to find
somewhere.
out what happens.
For science, all right. Actually, how big's the blast radius going to be?
It's not enormous, but it's not. Yeah, you're okay if you land. Yeah, that'll be fine.
Go on then. Go on, have a go if you think you're hard enough.
Bite your legs off.
This is very carefully not doing anything because it's sensible.
Mike is just destroying things around himself anyway while he waits.
I'm just creating a secure zone.
Bonk. Ooh.
That took
nearly
2/3 of my health.
Oh yeah, it looks worse. It looks worse. There's all 3 blobs under you are grey, so it looks worse than it actually is because you've still got, as you say, a third of your health left. But quick, hit him again.
Do you want a new death message?
For science?
I like how Mike ran away and then came back in. Actually, go on then, go for it.
Are you in the exact same spot?
Yes, pretty much.
Yeah, that looks like it'll hit you.
Near enough.
Run away, run away, run away, run away, run away. That is a Monty Python reference, specifically to the musical, but which is where I met Mike, and things have not.
Oh, that's a boring
just
death
killed.
message. That is a boring death message.
Frozen to death.
Did you get a bunch of cryonite the first time?
I don't. I give me a few seconds to get back to me. Back to the position.
Actually, what does it stack to?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point, Puzzle. I got distracted by some of the other things that were happening. Yes, if you next time you need to give me a message urgently, shout it loudly, and Mike can pass it on to me, and that'll probably have slightly less latency. Oh, actually, there's still stream lag in there though, because it's the visual from me to you that takes the long time, so it wouldn't work. Right, do we have oil now, or have I forgotten something else? Yes, I've forgotten something else, but I can fix that because I actually have some of those in my inventory. Right, there we go. Now that pump can run. Now this whole sort of system can kick in again properly.
Yes, I did get some cryonite, Tristan.
Did you get? How much did you get though? Because there was some in your inventory.
I have 100 cryonite rods. I picked 50 up just then, and I got another 100. There's another 50 in my inventory from the first ones here.
So when it's destroyed, you get 25% of it then, because it ships in 200s. It stacks to 200.
I may have to close my
curtains. So what I'm hearing is that you'd be wasting cryonite.
Yep. Well, I'm not making
though.
capsules because I've got too much cryonite.
Oh right, that's an interesting problem to have. I wasn't sure.
Well, the cores aren't going through.
Yeah.
So
I wasn't. Uranium. Uranium. I picked up some uranium. It burns.
Marc.
Yes, sir.
You're receiving vulcanite, or you intend to receive vulcanite blocks when somebody gets around to making them.
Yes.
Okay. Are you going to put them onto the train?
Yes.
Excellent. In that case, Tristan.
Yep.
I'm going to put this here, and this,
and this
there. Ah, stupid thing. Like that.
Yep.
I'm going to have a row of delivery cannons like that.
That, yeah, there.
What's he doing? Oh. Are you expecting cryonite to just fall there? That seems like an odd place to put it, but I suppose it's
could you put a constant combination, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you just feel used now?
A little bit.
Do you like it?
I'll get back to you.
Oh, right, you put the stuff you had in there. I've just looked over it and thought, why is there some in there already?
What's the key thing to swap?
To swap your
like
what?
it. Yeah, hotbar.
X or X?
X, thank you.
Did you get just missed by a delivery cannon capsule?
A little bit.
Only standing by a delivery cannon chest. I don't have much sympathy.
My Overwatch 2 skills kicked in. I saw a thing whipping towards me, and I was like trying to dodge. It was a little bit awkward. Not gonna lie. In fairness, I also right-clicked to raise my shield, which is a Minecraft thing. So there's a whole bunch of different games getting involved there. No god got killed by radiation. We had a bit of a mystery. A couple of streams back where.
Oh yes, we had to play CSI.
We all, especially Laurence, started randomly taking radiation damage. Marc died from it. Real mystery. We've got no idea how we all ended up with uranium in our inventories.
And so we all blamed Mike, because of course we did.
Yeah, of course you did. What else would you do? I do that. Does that? No, that doesn't work.
Oh no! You actually did put uranium into my inventory, but I noticed it quite quickly and took it back out again and dropped it on the floor somewhere. Mike, however, Marc was AFK when he ended up with some in his inventory, and was rather surprised.
I don't know if what I'm doing here is sensible.
I'm going to guess it probably isn't.
So, currently, that is going to request as long as the delivery cannon chest is empty. So you are going to get quite a lot there. You may want quite a lot there, but you might also want to limit
don't want that much. Yeah.
You could just limit the warehouse.
For now, given that cryonite is level 3 of productivity modules, which is also the one we care least about, I'll leave it there for
I have delivered a vulcanite.
Woo!
Wow!
Hey. And
oh yeah,
to the correct place, believe it or not.
Oh, there is a place for it now, is there?
There is.
Yep.
Although there is nothing coming through on the signal transmitter, so I don't know when to stop.
Well, the chest is empty, so.
No,
so
you need to send a negative number
-1
through in case there's a you need to send a negative number when you want some, basically.
Okay.
Because otherwise, if there's any sort of interruption in the signal transmission, then it'll start firing.
Will do.
There was a moment there where I was going to question, is that stone that's being put down?
Oh, you thought he was paving the world again?
Using up all of our stone. How dare you?
Nah.
We have a ridiculous amount of landfill, so feel free to use.
Yeah, I am using it.
Don't mind me.
Right, and each time this gun fires, you will get 200 vulcanite, which is quite a nice number. It's quite a lot, actually. It stacks nice and high.
You should receive a -1.
Yep, it seems to be working fine. I say it seems to be working fine. I mean, the thing is working, but I'm not seeing any signal on the cable. Maybe it's probably because it hasn't emptied it yet. Let's watch and see if the signal appears when this thing fires.
How's yours for byproducts?
I haven't worried about it yet. This all just getting chucked straight in a warehouse, so I'm going to deal with that in a moment.
I'm producing a lot of glass.
I don't seem to be getting any signals. Is it on the red cable? Is it on red cable?
It's on a green cable.
Ah.
Wait,
there
does
we go. Now it works.
The signal transmitter care about which cable it's on?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
It's one of the few things that where you put it into a thing that actually cares, because technically, I suppose it's not using the signal; it's merely passing it on, so it can do the two of them separately.
Which I suppose makes a lot of sense. I mean, otherwise you'd need literally double the number of signal transmitters.
Yeah.
I can see the logic. I mean, I'm still confused by it. Not confused. Confused all well. Still surprised by it, but yeah, I can see the logic.
Now, next up, we need to put in some furnaces and just start sorting all this nonsense out from this chest. So, actually, I want to pulverize first because I want to get rid of all the. Put this stone in there as well. Get rid of that. So I need to pulverize all of the stone, cook the iron, cook the copper, turn the rare metals into landfill, and cook the sand into glass. Right. Okay, we can do that. Need some more of these. Actually, no. First, let's do the pulverizing first. I wonder how many of these I'll need. If it's just one, I could put it there and have it. I want to make sand. I wonder if this will be quick enough. I doubt if it will, because I know that we're going to be using a lot of producing a lot of stuff. What's the word I'm looking for? Producing a lot of stone and that I need to turn into sand. But you never know.
By the way, the persistent is encouraging me to think of new and novel ways to weaponize the delivery cannons and uranium.
Yeah. Fortunately, I think when it's just at least when it's just lying on the floor, I don't think it's actually dangerous.
No.
On a bet.
It's when it's embedded in the ground or in your inventory.
If the cryonite.
If it lands on your head, it puts it into your inventory.
Oh, does it?
Yes,
yes, we discovered that, didn't we? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Ah, goodness sake.
The fact that I will in no way, shape, or form abuse.
Oh, good. I'm glad you won't abuse it.
Laurence! Actually, in fairness, Tristan stands still for ages, isn't it?
Yes.
So bring me a single delivery capsule.
Yeah, you have to work out where I am though, because I'm generally in Navsat. So my.
Oh, so you can't find him using the blips.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to wait till the stream ends and look at where you're standing. And do it very, very quickly. Well, when you log out, you'll log in the same place.
Do I want to do the sand and pyroflux recipe in the interest of using up the pyroflux for something vaguely useful, or do I want to use the just sand recipe in the interest of using up the stone as quickly as possible?
I've done both, so I've got to use if there's any.
Oh, I suppose, yeah.
I use the pyroflux one by preference, but if I've got more than X amount of sand, use the direct one.
Reasonable, yeah. Or if you've if you've got more than X amount of pyroflux as well. Or do you have?
No, the pyroflux is slow enough that I've got pyroflux machines that'll use it.
Oh, I have a lot more pyroflux than you do.
Ah, right. You may need to adjust your decision making.
Or just vent it or use it for power or something.
Yeah, I'm trivially getting rid of all of it.
Right, okay. Fill in the corners, because otherwise I'll forget. Right, so that's a pyroflux stream coming down here now, once everything's built anyway. And now there's also pyroflux, as Tristan says, being made over here. So I kind of want to prioritize this, I think. Do I have any pumps? Yes, I do. There they are. So let's pump pyroflux out from here. And bring it along the bottom of here. Yeah, that's basically what I'm thinking. I'll use it in the smelting and vent it if it backs up. That's fine. I sort of don't want to vent the pyroflux because it seems like a sort of a valuable resource, but we don't have any way. There's no realistic way of getting it from this planet to where it's actually needed. So tough. So I'll have to vent it I will vent it in without feeling too guilty if we get in excess of it. But I won't vent it from there.
You should possibly be making it into rocket fuel for your spaceship to get home.
Rocket fuel is complicated. It requires
okay.
several other things as well. Let me refresh my. Oh, required coal, which in theory I have a shortage of. In practice, I seem to have quite a bit of it. I say quite a bit of it. I have several stacks of it.
Chuck it into the strong box in the middle of the delivery cannon thing, because that seems to be the thing that it's short of for me.
Yeah.
Or that seems to be the limiting factor. Getting that from the core fragments.
Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, sand in, glass out, sand in, glass out, and I'll think about programming for these later. I
think there we are.
You're doing the basic glass recipe, but I'll give them some logics in a little while. And then this is going to be going to another one of these.
Opinion time. Is this enough tier 1 productivity modules?
I've seen the amount you are producing. I'm pretty sure it's going to be enough for a very, very long time.
Night Persistent.
Yes.
Oh, good night.
Yeah.
Night Persistent and Madman. No, I'm not using Varrow oils. Don't wash your mouth out with soap.
So that'll be 3 versions of those for prod 2s. Oh no, the recipes.
They double.
Yeah, it's 2. That would be
so it's 2.
But I don't know what the crafting speed changes by.
Yeah, so you got 6
They're
ranks.
pretty similar.
0.75.
So ones take 15 seconds,
2's 15 seconds. So they're the same. So yeah, you need
3 banks.
3 of those double rows.
Yeah, 3's 20. 3's are only 20, 4's are 20, 5's are 24.
Were you not going to tap off a belt at some tier 1 productivity modules to go to the station?
I am, yes.
Okay.
But you can probably just ignore that.
Yeah.
Basically take it from the top.
Okay. Yeah, so you'll want to have 3. Yeah, as Tristan says, you want to have 3 rows of the of tier 2s and 1.5 rows of tier 3s.
Yeah, so I might put in 2 more tier 1s just to keep it on an order of 2 to the end.
Oh dear.
I deliberately built big on the productivity module side because that's where we're going to want to go in a big way.
Yes.
Yeah. I think it's probably still excessive, but that's not a problem.
Do we have a delivery cannon receiver Matron for glass?
We have one in orbit. I don't know if we have one. I don't have one pointed anywhere for Nauvis, so no.
I can't make this any bigger because
I will make one, Laurence.
Okay.
Throughput, or you'll enjoy this, Laurence in particular, or you, I'm sure. I did the calculations on each stack of the productivity inserters, but I neglected to think about the limiting factor of I've only got 2 belts of each product coming up.
Right.
Which means that the glass isn't getting to the top half of this at all. This top one.
Yes.
And won't do until it backs up. So there's no point in making it any bigger, and quite frankly, that top one is a bit of a waste of space. Although I've got enough space on this side, so it doesn't matter. But
yeah, so you might as well get rid of the top one. Or I suppose, or you could leave it there for when you have blue belts in the future. Or you could get rid of it and just go accept defeat and put all of that glass onto the one below.
I'll leave it there for now, I think.
Okay. Yeah, because blue belts will easily be enough. But it's the question of whether that's enough, whether the number of modules you're making is sufficient or not. Yeah. Oops. Why are you not running? Oh yeah. No. Do the thing. Oh, that thing. That's right. And I want you to send glass, but we haven't decided where yet because Tristan hasn't built one. Right. So okay, so the amount of stone I have in that is going down. So 1 pulverizer is sufficient to turn all of the stone into sand, because that was at 9,000 before. We do have 6,000 sand in there though, so that's going up rather rapidly. And I need to deal with all of the other nonsense that's coming out of here. So what I need to do along here is put in a series of Oh, is that my delivery
Yep.
cannon chest for glass? Awesome. Thank you. Go to
There will in due course be a
Nauvis
signal
to there,
for it.
and just go for it. I'm sure it'll be fine. The rate this is filling up or not filling up, actually, I think it will be. It'll be very, very fine. I seem to have very little pyroflux. I've got 5,000.
You should have a signal now.
Okay, cool. I suppose I should put in a signal receiver then.
Yeah. Was that yours or mine that just arrived? They're coming in quickly now.
I've just fired one. I'm waiting for
Three
a signal.
have come in.
I'm waiting for a signal receiver. There we go. I've got a signal receiver. Is it on green or red?
Red. I consider red to be standard, but Marc disagrees.
Yes, it's the same. So this is glass. Glass is -1 when it wants some. Is that right?
Yeah.
Or glass is negative. Okay, so enable if glass is less than 0.
Then let me change to red.
Glass is currently not less than 0. All right.
That's because there's 70 odd in there.
Fair enough.
Now it's less than 0.
Oh, I haven't set this. Derp. This is a from Nauvis, I assume.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Yep, that's flowing nicely. Marc gave it his custom name, which is why I thought I'd better check. But yeah,
right. I was assuming all the ones on Nauvis would just be called from Nauvis, unless we're wanting specific locations.
Right, we do not seem to be making delivery cannon caps. Oh, that's because there's no core fragments going in. That's fine. That's acceptable.
I keep seeing that and thinking that.
Yeah, I guess that just means I need to bring more core fragments in. So that's not a not a serious concern. I just need more.
Oh, there's no core fragments coming in because the cryonite's backed up.
Oh no, my processing seems to be fine. I've actually the limiting factor on my processing is currently the number of centrifuges I've got. Let's put in another.
You do have a warehouse buffer. I should probably add one in.
Yeah. The warehouse buffer is because I've got the weird circular system in there.
No, I mean the thing at the bottom.
Oh, that one. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Fair enough.
I don't know how much I should buffer it.
Oh, run out of logistic construction coverage. Roboport, that's the word. Put that there. Go construction mode. Right. Let's boost that a bit. Okay, so I think the next thing for me to do is now start thinking about bringing core chunks in by train, because these the amount that's coming in at the moment is one full yellow belt there. Well, one fairly full yellow belt, but it's practically keeping the number of machines I've got in here happy, but it's not remotely filling the red belt out, which makes sense. So what's the stuff in and stuff out of this? So we get 20 in, and 25, 26, 28 out on average. So it's going to be producing slightly more out than in. So if we have red belt in, red belt out, then it should be nice and balanced. So I need to get twice as much stuff coming in, which means I need 4 times as many. Yeah, so I've got two core mining drills hooked up at the moment, and I think those are the only ones I've actually got even in existence, because I think I pulled up the other ones I put down. Yeah, it looks like I have. So I'm running off 2 drills at the moment. I want to double it, so that means I need 8. So let's put down another 6 and get some train stuff set up as well. Oh, and I need to fuel this train. I forgot about that.
Oh, we never raised the ghost limit from 1,000, right? Ghost
for the ghost scanner.
I believe
No.
be correct, yes.
Yes, I believe you're correct as well. Am I inside logistics construction? I think I am. Yes, I am. There's one right there. So I'm going to want a station there. And then I'm going to want a load of chests, which I conveniently have. I just don't know where they're going to go because I haven't put the rail down. Do I not have any rail in my inventory? I do have some rail in my inventory. Come on, bots. Make it so. Am I in? No, what? Oh. There we go, that's how you do it. Learn to play Factorio, Laurence. So, if I'm doing 1-2s, which I believe I am, then I'm going to need some chests along there like that, and there like that. And then inserters along there, and there. And they'll each fill a yellow belt. I'll be disgustingly lazy with this. And then we can put this onto a red belt here like this. I'm pretty sure I've got all the red belt stuff I could possibly need. Then the red belt can come across like this and merge onto that one with one of those. And then of course I need to upgrade all of this like that. I don't want to try and upgrade the pipes because I'm pretty sure I can't. I don't have any steel pipes here, and I suspect that's what it would require. Okay, and the pylons along here, of course. Madman is talking in what's probably Russian, but I can't read it. So something Cyrillic looking anyway. So I no idea what's going on there. Make more glass on site. Yeah, actually, glass is one of those things where bringing in stone to turn it into glass does make it significantly. What does it make it denser? I'm not sure actually. It's more item. Yeah, so I think each stone turns into more glass, but glass stacks higher, so I think you get more in a stack.
Glass stacks 4 times higher.
Okay, so it's the same then. So there's probably no point in me smelting this glass before I ship it. We'll see if I was going to say we'll see if I run out of delivery cannon capsules, but that wouldn't help at all. Have I run out of...
unless you're using pyroflux, it looks like it's roughly this. If you're not using pyroflux, it's roughly the same number of items.
Oh,
it's nearly 1-to-1. It's not quite. It's more like 1.5 to 1.
Oh, okay. I thought I thought you got loads of sand out of stone. But apparently
2 to 3, basically per stone. It's 3 to 7 to 8.
Okay. Why am I not using warehouses for this? Use warehouses, Laurence. That'll make this whole thing a lot neater and less crap.
Laurence, the ghost scanner thing is, I think, a map setting, which can be...
Oh, okay, so I might be able to change that right now then.
Changed, yeah.
Ghost scanner, scan result limit, 2,000, 3,000?
Yeah, 253, maybe.
2,500.
Bring it up in increments so that if there is a problem, we can dial it back quite easily.
I've set it to 2,500
yeah, maybe
now,
safe.
So...
Yeah, saving is very rarely a bad call.
Okay. And saving. Saved.
Good stuff.
Yeah, if we lost another entire evening's work, I would be very upset.
Yeah, it'd be somewhat unfortunate, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'd be even worse than last week because we only lost half a week, half a session last week.
Very true, very true. What have I? How have I done this wrong?
Yes, we've had to. Yeah, as Mike was saying, we've had two of us have run off to other remote planets to go and get additional resources, and we've got 2 people messing around on Nauvis, demanding the resources we're off trying to get, and then doing things with them as they arrive, I imagine. Right, so here we have Volk core drop, and I can go off and start making some pickup stations. Right, where shall I go? Well, there's one right there, so let's go and get this one because it's close and easy. Oop, flew straight past it. That's well done there. If I take that out, yes, it does still reach. I thought it probably would. I can put core drill in there. Let's have it coming out this way. Then I can have another station. You know, it's going to be basically a copy of that station, but turned round, isn't it? So let's copy that one. Put it there. And then get rid of this bit. Oh, of course, I'm not going to be able to build any of this stuff because I don't have the bits and pieces with me. But I can... I don't know what I can do. Turn my bots on. Oh, I haven't got any bots. That's why I haven't. That's when this is happening. This isn't happening because I got rid of them all earlier to try and speed up the rest of the building stuff that was going on. Don't. But I'm going to need to split that there and bring that across there like that, so it goes into both warehouses. I was going to say, oh, I could use a ghost check scanner, but I can't because I don't have one.
It's a bit of stone, bricks, and copper, if you have that, which you can get from the
True, I do have
capsule maker.
Yeah.
Having done this earlier.
Yeah, I kind of just want a list of all the bits and pieces that will go into the that station. But to be honest, it's pretty trivial, so I think I should just be able to do it by brain. If I can find anywhere any of my robots have gone, there's 8 of them. I'll do. So let's fly over first, find out what I'm missing. Of course, I didn't bring any logistics bots because I didn't think I'd need them, which I'm now thinking was slightly foolish because there are a few places where logistics bots would actually be quite useful, like for loading my inventory up with all the bits and pieces I need. I don't need them for bringing stuff around for the builds or anything like that, but having them to bring out a list of fill up my to satisfy my shopping list. I've run out of railway now as well. That's a concern because I have a feeling I might have run out of railway completely. No, I've always said that using logistics bots to fill up to keep the player supplied is fine because that's what they're for. I think I've run out of railway. That's unfortunate. I blame whoever it was who suggested I should do a proper train system. Yeah, I've run out of railway completely.
Use belts instead.
Yeah, rip the entire railway up and use belts.
I mean, I don't need to rip it up. It's fine for the iron supply, but yeah, I might just run a long belt along there. In fact, if I make it a red belt, then I can get it from all the way, at least for now, and then later when I come out here to properly do this plan. Although that said, if I'm trying to expand out to 8 drills, then it's going to be oh, I didn't get more loaders. When I expand out to 8 drills, then it's going to be no. If I expand out, if I do expand out to 8 drills, sorry, I completely derailed my train of thought. Then there's not going to be much more expansion to do, so it's not going to make a lot of difference whether I have it doing what I've done with my belt or not at this point.
With your train of thought.
Yeah, you're supposed to be switching away from trains.
Yeah, my train derailed. Right, so an unloadertron like that, and then I'm going to use a red belt here because this is probably going to get other stuff on it as well. This is probably going to get core fragments from other drills on it as well. No, don't go underground.
On this size planet, they'll get pretty slow when there's
exactly.
that many of them.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I'm relying on that, but I'm expecting to produce about a red belt's worth off the entire planet, I think. All right, where's the next one?
Oh,
there's 2 up there. Let's go and get those. My logistics network of thought, yes. Sounds about right.
I've forgotten that is vitally important that I've never remembered.
There's loads of resources on this planet. Big patches of copper, all that sort of stuff. I'm down to 50% effectiveness now. Or rather, my mining drills are before Mike says anything.
I was too slow.
Probably for the best.
Yeah.
Did I bring any red splitters? I got one. Yeah. I wanted more than that. Because this way, in theory, I can drop more stuff onto here as well. But, oh well. No, don't do that. I'm going to put these underground belts out of my inventory for now, because it just if they're in there, then the game tries to use them when I just do a drag. When I don't want the bots to overexert themselves and unnecessarily. Oh, compress here a bit. There we go. What's hard to implement using chests? Oh no, I don't know. Requester chests are mostly unnecessary. Well, actually, no, that's not true. Requester chests are great for things like loading the rocket with a weird supply of lots and lots of different things, but I don't feel it's necessary for for other stuff in quite the same way that a certain madman does. There's something more. It's just the way I like playing Factorio. I think I prefer having basically belts as much as possible. Whereas if you turn everything into bots, it feels like it's just sort of, I'm not going to say defeating the object of the game, but it just doesn't feel right. Yada yada, my opinion, yada yada. There's no way.
The coal mine is caught back up again. The Nauvis stuff.
Oh right.
It was completely backed up because we ran out of storage space for landfill.
Oh, that sort of caught up again, right?
Yeah, backed up on rare metals. So we had basically an entire warehouse of rare metals.
when you said it had caught up, I thought you meant we now had enough. I thought that you meant the landfill. The core mining was providing all of our resource requirements.
No,
that was a little optimistic, though, I guess. Right, how we do? Did I forget to put in? Did I forget to power that? Yes, I forgot to power that one. For goodness sake. I know you know, but you keep bringing it up anyway, so. What are we running at? There's got plus 20% productivity from research on the core mining drills. That's nice. So it means I'm getting a whole 2.3 per second. Why is this not coming through? Oh, I see. That's why. There's a nice big flood of it, but it won't be kept up for very long. Should probably do this the other way round, really, and have, this going along here and then onto there, and with this one going like that. No, not like that. Like that, just filling up a little bit of the space on it, because there's only one drill here and there's two up that way. But still, yeah, that's going to have boosted my productivity by, well, I've gone from what, two drills to... I've gone from 2 drills to 5 drills so far, I think. And now, yes, all the machines do seem to be working. This one only some of the time, though. It's not helped as much as I thought I was expecting it to. I think it's interesting. I think it feels a little bit more. Yeah, it feels a bit more interesting to have the core mining require you to go and find the specific fragments rather than just specific seams, rather than just going blop 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 and putting a load of them along in a row. One thing we noticed was you get a bit more of a sense of completionism, or wanting to go for completionism on this, because there are a specific number of core seams on the planet. You feel like you have to go and put a core mine on each one, whereas when you could put them anyway, you just drop down half a dozen or so and call it good, or at least I did. But I'm quite happy with it. It's a change, but I think it's a change that makes it slightly more interesting. So yeah, I'm definitely happy. I have no problems with it. Right, well we've stopped making thing. What's going on here? Why have we... Oh, I see. We're not getting the crushed vulcanite through fast enough. So it's all getting... That's a bit weird. So what's happened? The problem here is that all of the crushed vulcanite that's coming into here is going off to be made into refined vulcanite. So it's not getting passed down here to be turned into actual vulcanite, so the supply has stopped. Now, this just means that gradually the amount of enriched vulcanite we have is just gradually increasing and increasing and increasing, as you can see. So it's all a bit unnecessary. We don't need. What I should probably do is set this to... I can't set multiple circuit conditions. I could set multiple circuit conditions, actually. I could put another one after it, but then it would have to be both of them satisfied. Oh, that's true. Yes, the drills. Well, the first drill, the pacer, as you say. Yeah, yes, it's, as you say, it's a cheaper process. That's true. I mean, power is so cheap in this that I haven't really worried about that too much. But yeah, it's a fair point. So at the moment, I've got this running whenever there's less than 15,000. How much have we got at the moment? I don't know. 1, 2,000, 3,000, 3,500. Okay, I'm going to set this to 3,500 instead of 15,000. So that means this now stops, and now all the crushed vulcanite can pass through here. But as we start to use some of this up, these will eventually stop passing it through down this way, and it'll all sort of start to behave itself again. So this should stay balanced, and now we should see. Oh, it's going along here as well. Yeah. Okay. I also need to link this to here and do that. There we go. So that's now also not running if there's more than 3,500. So we've now got enough. We've got the system set up here so that it will run and produce more enriched as long as there's less than 3,500 in here. But as long as we've got a decent amount of the enriched, then we'll just pass everything through and it comes down here and be turned straight into the other stuff. Except it isn't, because that's... Oh, that won't run if there's less than 1,000. That's also a good thing though, because if they're I think I'm going to leave that as it is. It does mean we need to wait for this to build up to 1,000, and it's currently on not 1,000. It's nearly halfway there though. So yeah, I think all those numbers are fine. It just means there's a sort of a funny point at the moment that we're at now where nothing is going to be running, but I think that's okay. Yeah, because we don't want to use that. We never want the last of it to go down here, because then this system might stall. But when there's lots and lots of enriched available, we don't want to be just dumping all the crush down here, because then this stalls when it doesn't really need to. So yeah, I think this probably makes sense to have it set up like this. We just need to process this a little bit faster. Now we've got a bit more coming in over here. So yes, that is now starting to back up. So I need a bit more pulverizery up here. About that much is probably a good amount. Is there something? Oh, there's an oil pipe in the way over there. Didn't plan ahead very well there, did I? Let's put that there like that then, and we'll have these pipes can go here and here. How is the
2 modules?
Right, so I think most of this is now kind of done, kind of working. The only thing I haven't dealt with is the overshoot that's coming through here. Yeah, no beacon. We haven't got beacons yet because we haven't got production science. So even if we wanted to, we couldn't beacon this design up yet, I'm afraid. But right, what I need to do over here is more of this sort of little shenaniganery like this. So what I'm going to do, oops. Small flight of bots going over. Right, so what I'm going to do along here is have a number of the splitters. These are going to have to go loop round on themselves, which is a bit weird, but never mind. So I'll do that, and then put in one of these here. I haven't designed this very well. So I want to put that there, and then I want to have this. Well, that's wrong. Who designed that, honestly? Let's move this further away as well. So we'll put that down here. Let's go for some vague consistency. I don't care if there's a tree in the way. Just put the thing down anyway. So I want that there. And Yeah, we're just going to have one signal from Nauvis for all of the resources, aren't we? Apart from, apparently, vulcanite.
And now capping prop modules 2 at 200. Does that seem reasonable?
As the ones that go in the train, or
the ones that go in the train are not capped like that. No, so I can't build prod 3s because we don't have vulcanite blocks in vulcanite blocks.
Oh right, one's being. What's
so
being
I can.
What are you? What are the ones you're capping for?
Put them in a chest at the moment, so we can use them if we want to.
Right. Okay. Oh, is there a go over there and grab them? Chest.
For now, yeah. And then when we make prod 3s, I'll basically just turn the inserter arm around and everything back out again.
Reasonable.
Yeah, just 200.
Ah, I picked up some uranium again.
Wow.
It's alright, I didn't die, it's fine. I don't know, you're always going to have to redesign a load of stuff in space exploration because you keep getting the new extra tiers of, well, stuff. So it's just something I'm resigned to, and I'm sort of okay with it. It doesn't bother me. Yeah, you get your upgrades, you need to rebuild, sure. So what? If you didn't, would you rather not have the upgrades available? Alright, so that's doing steel plates. No, it's not. It's doing iron plates from ore. There we go. And I'm happy with that being an inefficient process. I don't care. I don't want to. Oh, it's not linked up to anything. Yes, it is. It's linked over the. Oh, you are okay. That's fine. So do ore like that, the iron like that. Sorry. Then I want to do bump. And then we'll do copper here in exactly the same way. And then that's it, because we're going to rare metals we're going to turn into landfills. So that's going to be different. Uranium I'm just going to ship out as ore because there isn't very much of it, and I think that's going to be everything.
I'm shipping rare metals back.
Oh, okay. I suppose I can do. There's no real harm in that. Are you shipping it as rare metals, not as ore?
Rare metal ingots.
Right. Oh, you're making. Oh, okay. That just makes ingots straight up with. Is rare metal ingots just made
it's just a furnace.
Just in a furnace. Okay, cool.
I'm using the big furnace, but I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not using pyroflux or anything.
Yeah, it's the same as I'm doing with iron and copper so far, and I don't want that there. Actually, I want it to be. Oh, I don't know. I want it to be there, like that.
Yeah, straight up glass throughput is a major issue.
Sorry?
Oh,
yeah, your glass throughput. Yeah, okay, with you. That's supposed to be copper. Copper. More uranium, goodness sake.
So hacks more glass into this belt, into this thing, but it's kind of hacksy.
I feel like there's a lot of oh, that's the wrong side. A lot more uranium than I expect coming out of the core processing here. It's quite uranium rich because I'm noticing the uranium because it burns. It burns whenever I touch it.
Yeah, I've got 117 out of it so far.
I haven't even looked at them. 81, and yeah, and I've not been going for as long as you. Yeah, it feels like a lot. Right, so that's all of that in place. I think that's all of the things that should come out of here, because the stone, the coal should never come out, because that's all being turned into explosives or plastic or something. There's all of these in here, of course, which I now need to. So much rare metal comes out though. Oh, that's because that's not turned into other things. That's why. Whereas the iron and the copper are turned into the delivery cannon capsules. That's why there's so much more of it. So much more rare metal. This is going to take a while. You're not forced to scale the blocks up, rather than you can limp into space with an undersized factory. There's nothing wrong with that. I think I don't know. You just like to complain too much. That's the problem. All right, so that's the glass one. Let's find out where we're dropping iron next, and copper, and rare metals. That one. Right. Have you got the You've got all of the chests created on Nauvis, have you? Are they in equivalent places? Yes, they are. There's the rare metals one. That would be steel, but it's not doing steel. Oh.
Oh no, I don't
you haven't done iron and copper yet. Okay.
No. What was I even doing with those?
I mean, I assume firing them through planning to fire them through a delivery cannon, but.
So copper, you won't actually get any of.
Okay, I've got a little bit, but I assume it's that's just for running
yeah,
through.
Go to the constant combinator by the strong box and add in -200 copper ore to that.
Oh right, yes, okay.
I currently haven't got any iron either. Currently, it's loading a rocket, which just as a massive storage thing.
Right, okay. That's probably good news then. I seem to have enormous quantities of rare metals, but not very much of anything else. And it's quite possible the amounts of. That's a shame I didn't realise this earlier, because the amounts I've been putting in. There's not huge amounts of it, but there was enough that made me think I was going to need it. I didn't realise it was all getting used up. I'm surprised it could all get used up and be balanced, to be honest. That feels weird.
It may not be perfectly balanced, but then that might mean that
at some point
a rocket will last for a year, and then it needs to be launched.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in that case, I'll leave all these machines in here, ready to deal with it. Ready to deal with the copper and the iron if there's any excess coming through. That seems like a good idea.
You're presumably shipping it to Norbit, so just point them there.
Oh, actually, no. I was shipping all. I set the rare metals to ship up to ship. Oh, I see what you mean. Set the yeah. All right. That's a good idea.
Iron and copper, just send them up to Norbit.
If there's going to be sufficiently little, it'll probably be fine. Probably.
Yeah. I mean, set it with the limit, so it's only sending it when there's a demand for it.
Oh yeah, that's true. Could do that.
Because that's what I'm doing with half of my glass.
Nauvis orbit. There we go. And there as well.
It's possible there's no demand for glass. Yeah, there's no demand for glass up in Norbit anymore because I've been.
Oh, because you've been sending it over there.
Yeah.
Why is that good? Oh, it's. So this is from Nauvis. This one's going to be from Norbit later, and so I need to link this up to here. I've just not turned that. No, I've turned it on. I might have been flinging it at Nauvis, flinging glass at Nauvis as fast as I could without actually paying attention to whether it needed it or not. But fortunately, it had broken for other reasons. I don't seem to be getting any delivery cannon capsules through, although everything seems to be running up there. So I don't know why I'm not getting them through.
You're probably not getting the cores in fast enough.
Yeah, but it seems to be. It was running, so glass less than 0. That's fine. Are you on? Yes, you are. Right. Have some more glass. Oh, you're full anyway. Yeah, they're coming out a trickle now. Oh, maybe it's because maybe the copper was all being passed out the other way, and now it's been recovered. It's okay. So I'm going to take that 15 copper out of there and put it into here, so pass back into the system. And same with the iron. Where does iron go? Iron goes in here. Oh, and all the iron gets turned into steel. Okay, that's fine. Right, we are now firing glass again. Good. Things seem to be working. And there's a nice line of delivery cannon capsules before the vulcanite gun, so that one can keep going as fast as it wants to. Now some of these need to be on the other side of the belt. Look at that. Right, I'm scared to ask whether we've got enough vulcanite coming through now. But we have a quantity of it being. This is the rate that it is currently being made at now. How is it for you? Well, actually, no, I can make it faster. Take it back. I'll improve this a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's because there's no power over here. That's why. But nicely now, the nice thing about this is it's all balanced against the speed that the core fragments come in at. So as long as the machine that's making as long as the whole system that's making the delivery cannon capsules can keep up and is fast enough, and therefore it's only limited by the amount of stuff that's being inputted into it, then everything is going to be perfectly balanced together. And so the more vulcanite you try and ship out, or the more vulcanite is available to ship out, the more delivery cannon capsules you'll have available in order to do said shipping. Although that said, this is stopped. Why is this stopped? Oh, it hasn't got enough crushed vulcanite. Okay, that's fair enough. Ah, yes, because this has now opened up again because we've used up that backlog of the refined vulcanite that we had before. So therefore it started to take all of the... Oh, so now we've ripped through all the... This balancing isn't great. It kind of works. I mean, it does work, but it means it comes through in... We use up... So all of the... We use up the enriched vulcanite. What's enriched vulcanite? By turning it into vulcanite and shipping it out. And then when the enriched vulcanite gets down to 3,500, so therefore this thing kicks back in again. That then sucks up all of the crushed vulcanite. And so we then refill on the enriched vulcanite fairly quickly, but then have to wait a little while for this to get back up to 1,000 in order for this to kick in again. So I suppose
is that a latency or a throughput issue?
It's the way I've set up.
Does it cause latency or a throughput issue?
Latency. It doesn't.
So you possibly don't care.
Yeah, pretty much. If we get to the point where we have enough vulcanite, then the warehouse down here will start to fill up. And so we'll just have the same amount will be produced over time. Yeah, so it is just a latency. And it kind of has to be, otherwise the warehouse would fill up completely. How are we doing with sand? We've got 24,000 sand. I don't know whether that's gone up or down since it finished crushing or pulverizing all the stone, but I'll try and remember 24,000 and come back to it later.
~11, just said.
Okay, yeah, we probably should think about finishing fairly soon then. I guess, yeah. I suppose the point is, Madman, it's yes, using rockets to unload. Sorry, using bots to unload a rocket is the wrong way to do it. I feel, because it's slow and inefficient and they die, as you say. I think the difference is, if you're putting down something that's a temporary system to get you going and then move you on to something better later, I don't feel like it doesn't feel quite as bad to me. The shortage on this. The low density structures are the limiting factor, and they're limited by copper. Yeah, copper does seem to be the limiting factor on these on this system.
On the capsules?
Yeah.
Yes. By design.
When you say by design, do you mean deliberately so, or just it had to be something? So this is the one that causes where the limit is.
I think the copper output is the crushing is putting copper in the highest volume, so it needed copper the most. I don't know, so it was sensible to scale it by copper.
There are productivity modules in there, so it can be adjusted slightly.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it at the moment, and it's running. It is producing delivery cannon capsules at a rate that is significantly less than what the machine can run at. The machine making the delivery cannon capsules is limited by low density structures, which is limited by copper. So it is the copper that is the current bottleneck.
Well, mine was limited by plastic for a while.
Were you?
And coal.
Okay.
I don't know if that's still the case.
Plastic seems to be backed up sufficiently, although there is virtually no coal buffer. But
my limit is coal.
Interesting. There is, yeah, I say there is basically no spare coal, but the plastic is completely backed up. So yeah, actually, well, Marc has gone in and deliberately balanced it to work again, so all the things balance together, and it, in theory, uses everything up at the same rate. So I think.
Yeah.
So
there's not a lot of spare copper, so it's just.
Yeah, we're just the opposite ways around. Okay.
Yeah.
And it might. I was going to say it might be. Oh, it might be because I got a load of coal from digging up rocks, and some of that I've just.
And you shoved it in there.
And shoved it in there. So yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it should be copper.
Okay.
I have 82 coal in my storage warehouse. I don't go around digging up as many rocks as Laurence.
I'm on a volcano planet, so it's very, very rocky.
Yeah.
Vulcanite production has stopped again because we're enriching, but never mind. Right, this is working. Let's have a look at Nauvis and see how the vulcanite supply on Nauvis is looking. Pathetic, I'm sure, but because there's one delivery cannon bringing some over, and then we've got this entire smelting area trying to use it up. But I'm sort of curious as to how it's handling it.
Mike, are your bots on?
Are carrying thousands. Mine are, yes, but the logistics bots are carrying thousands of random things. I'm seeing.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they've flown away, but I cut and pasted the left-hand one to get rid of all the wood that was in there.
Yeah, so they've gone to other random.
Yeah, but why have they flown away and then come back?
I don't know.
Maybe they found some yellow chests at the other end of the world to put stuff in and then change their minds.
Yeah, so why would they change their mind is my question.
Who knows?
Do you want to turn your bots off, Mike? Because otherwise you're going to get a whole load of wood in your inventory.
Oh, that's probably the...
Shouldn't get wood in my inventory.
The train? The building train?
It could be.
No, it's not stuff for that that's turning
maybe
it's kind of like I'm seeing things like rocket control units, satellite telemetry, biosludge, whatever the.
That sounds like Tristan's just randomly picked up a chest of shame again.
Yeah, he just said it's a copy paste.
Yeah.
Question is, why have they gone to all the places?
Why have they flown to the rocket and back?
Yeah, that is weird. Well, after all of that effort, leaving that running for however long it's been going for, we have 4,500 vulcanite in the in the station on Nauvis, and about I'm looking at the wrong. I don't know how much. Probably 16,000 pyroflux in the other station. So it's not exactly coming over in massive quantities. I suspect this is not going to be enough to deal with the demands of the smelting set, new smelteries. I may actually have to go out to the other planet and the other vulcanite planet and do something that doesn't involve producing power, because there's no water on that planet. So that's going to be interesting. Or we just limp through with the amount we've got available at the moment, get started, make sure some of it goes up to orbit to do the production science, and then I don't know. I suppose I could put down large quantities of solar and boil water to make steam batteries. I don't want to use accumulators because accumulators are fairly expensive and tend to be a pain to use. I wonder what the day-night cycle's like on that planet. Is it much bigger? It is just over 3 times the radius of Taishiguten. So more core mining will work there. The other possibility is that I bring more vulcanite in from vulcanite mines on that moon, but I think that's going to throw off the balance with the delivery cannon pods.
So you'd also need to bring in copper. Are you
scanning another service by any chance?
I am not.
Okay.
Oh, that is laggy,
yeah. There's some massive slowdown.
Okay. No, I'm looking at the Universe Explorer, but I'm not scanning anything.
Fair
enough. Yeah, so Agnea is a bigger vulcanite planet, but it's a waterless one, so we'd have to, as I say, come up with some other way of generating power. Or actually, no, producing steam is the last thing I want to do if it's waterless, because then we'd lose all the water to that. And I don't think we have condensing turbines yet anyway, so it would therefore have to just be solar, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, do we? Okay. But even so, it's still going to be requiring shipping quite a lot of ice around. It's not impossible though. Maybe set up nuclear power on it. Or continue. I mean, there's still a bit of more exploitation I can do on Taishakuten, that one, because there's still another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've only done half the core mining patches, so I can increase this by another 40%, just by chucking more core fragments in the top of it. That would certainly help. But I feel like, yes, we are going to find that we don't have enormous amounts of vulcanite coming through from this sort of system. We might, much as I hate to say it, we might have to get. We possibly have two choices. One is to actually use rockets, which I've been trying to avoid because it's more interesting to try not to, basically. The other one is to go. Is to sort of limp along at potentially a rather lower speed than we would like to, with the regarding the vulcanite, until we've actually got spaceships and can do all this sort of stuff properly. I mean, it's being sent out. We are producing vulcanite at a rate which I'm going to look up because I'm curious. Vulcanite is that one. It's very much in spikes. On average, over the last 10 minutes, it's coming through at 138 per minute, but very much in spikes because of the aforementioned throughput issue isn't quite the right word, but the enrichment process. And we're consuming it at 44 per second at minute. So, but I think the rest of it is just being put into a train, so it doesn't really count, or put into a station. Yeah, so some decisions to make there. We're not actually using any cryonite yet, are we? So Tristan's throughput rate is going to be absolutely fine because none of it's being used.
My throughput rate is 0.
Oh, you're not actually shipping it out yet?
I'm shipping it out, but my throughput rate is 0 because I've shipped out.
Oh, you've shipped it out now. Okay, it is done and sufficiented. Okay.
Yeah. I think I've put it up to 1K on the space station.
What I think I'll do then is I'll set up a separate one of these to send vulcanite to Nauvis orbit, and that means we're going to really, really starve the ground station. But never mind. The main factory is only going to get half the amount of vulcanite it's getting at the moment, but that probably isn't an issue because we can just carry on. Whatever we've got is going to be a bit of a bonus, and we just lose out on the extra vulcanite that we're getting through. Sorry, the extra steel that we would be getting otherwise. That needs to be a splitter, otherwise none of it's going to get there. Am I making any sense, or has it got to this point of the evening where I can't string a proper sentence together?
Given what you just tried to say then, I think you have your answer.
Right. Okay, so let me try that again then. What I'm planning to do is ship half of the vulcanite that's created directly to the space station instead of to Nauvis. That means that we'll have enough up there to start doing science and things. However, Nauvis is not going to get as much as it wants. However, Nauvis is never going to get as much as it wants because we have a voracious appetite for steel, and so I don't think we're going to be able to keep that satisfied anyway. So I think we'll go for sending it to orbit and then trying to get the science working and move on to better ways of shipping stuff around, like spaceships.
Yep, makes sense.
Seems reasonable.
No, not that one. Do that one. And send it to Nauvis orbit, to the delivery cannon chest there. Not escape, that one. And work when vulcanite is less than 0. Is it currently less than 0? Probably not, actually, because I haven't programmed Nauvis Orbit to be asking for vulcanite yet. It is asking for cryonite. Okay, that's fair enough. Let's ask for some vulcanite as well. So there we go. Green light's come on the inserter down there. Why is there a red light on that inserter? Oh, right, it's just fired, so there's some in the there's some in the chest. That's fair enough. Right, so we now have, as I say, vulcanite coming through. So my work here is, I'm not going to say done because it's done isn't quite right, but we have some being produced. I noticed that the amount of sand in this chest over here is gradually going down. That's now got down to 22,000, so we are slowly whittling away at that, which is good because it's not going to go increase and take over the world. There is 90 uranium in there, which I should probably get rid of somehow, but probably by chucking it in.
Within the rocket that you're coming back in.
I wasn't going to come back in a rocket. I was going to come back in a pod.
Oh, okay.
So no, I could set up another delivery cannon actually. To ship that to Nauvis, or I could just let it accumulate in this warehouse because so far there's 90 in here. Where is it even? Oh, it's down there. 90 in here. That's the sand that's been used up, and it's taking up 2 stacks out of the 500, so it's not going to be a problem for a very, very long time. Yeah, so I think. But before I go, I think I should probably go around and claim all of the other drilling patches. Now, do I have enough power? No, I don't. I don't have enough power. Oh, I forgot about that. Down here, I flicked a load of these over to logistics mode to stop it building stuff when I wasn't ready for it to build. When I wanted to build elsewhere. So let's get the power station back up and being constructed again, because then we can get a decent amount more power available down here and get things working.
Yeah, what is the most important thing we've learned this stream?
Yes, Gort, what are you thinking? There are many. I'm sure we've learnt many things this stream, but I'm curious as to which you're suggesting is the most important.
Delivery cannon capsules can kill.
I was going to say, yeah.
But they don't have a death message.
Not their own personal exciting one, though. I'm pretty sure we haven't learned that.
Mike is the best is exactly what we've learned. I completely agree, Gort. 100%. Can we get a Mike is the best in chat, guys and girls?
Now, if you said Mike is the breast, then I'd say you're just slightly confused because actually Mike is a tit. But maybe that's what it is. It's just a misspelling.
We have learned that chat is susceptible to Mike.
You said that. I mean, earlier they were really, really good. They were really on it. Absolutely fantastic. It's now Gort's up there. He's done it. He's got Mike as the best.
To be fair, he said that before you asked him to. So
yeah, I know.
It might not count.
Yeah, he's still winning in my books.
Hooray! I put in a giant. Oh, it's not going to fit. Piping problems.
Yep, that one's got it. Oh, come on, Johan. Somewhat great. I mean, I'll accept it. I'll accept it. Mike is adequate.
I've known worse than Mike, to be fair.
Was that you have no worse than Mike, is that?
Maybe there aren't any worse than Mike, I'm not sure, but...
The T1 speed module's mostly working.
Oh.
Hey, so everything can run faster now. All the next things you make.
Yep, there we go. Actually, you'll get a whole load more inserters.
I think I only brought T-junctions. I don't think I brought straight pipes, so we're going to use a load of T-junctions in there like that.
By the way.
Right, where else is it? Okay, so this is the only one in this sort of remote area. So can I run... How long are red underground belts? I know they're long, but... About that long. Okay. All right, I can bring this up through the middle of here then, I think, with these. Especially as I don't need any of this nonsense. None of your environmentalism, thank you very much.
Slightly above adequate. I'll take it.
He hasn't broken the stream yet this time.
One day, chat will recognise my greatness in its entirety.
Oh, I didn't bring any red splitters. Those would have been useful. I can go up there. It's fairly likely that when all this gets placed, one of these, I say fairly likely, yes, but not actually the case, that one of these would manage to get power to this.
The warehouse of shame is full of trees.
Oh,
doing a thing.
trees. Yeah.
Don't look at me, I'm on a different planet.
Oh, actual trees, yeah.
Actual
trees, not wood.
Yeah.
That is a big icon.
I mean, trees
can see why you commented.
Smallness. Oh, you tore up that greenhouse. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. I needed more station space.
Oh yes, the icon actually massively overlaps the entire entirety of everything.
Yeah.
That is.
I would have planted them if I could, because they were in red chests. But I couldn't from Navsat. There we go. Words.
It is about that time when words become hard. Oh.
Wow.
Oh dear.
What?
I can hear the cogs whirring.
Listen, I can smell burning, right?
Stop using up all my stuff.
I can sense the kind of decisions that are being made.
Are the bad idea bears in session?
Is it boss? Ignore it, it's fine.
I thought you'd run across a railway and survived, but
Not quite.
You ran across a railway and didn't survive.
I think I've realised what you're proud of, specifically.
Yep. Oh, I've got trees. Hang on. I need more trees. Tristan?
Are you
I
writing
hope
your
there's
name
enough
in the
in there
trees?
because
I bet he is, isn't he? The swine.
Oh, me? What?
would Mike do something like that though?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I mean, it's either going to be Mike is the best, or it's going to be like and subscribe, isn't it? Or something about his arse again.
In fairness, it wasn't me with the arse, it was Tristan.
I know, yeah, I know. You always blame Tristan for your arse. Given your spelling there, Johan, I take it you mean that one day the true Overlord Mike will come along and kill us all.
Yes! Yes. Laurence.
I mean, it's good advice. Everyone should indeed like and subscribe to the channel because it is wonderful. Your keyming is a little sus, but yeah, it's very good.
To be honest, it's kind of difficult to do a mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, and I suppose
writing freehand and
also that the trees aren't tied to the grid in the same way that belts and other things are. So
yeah.
Yes, very good. The question is it visible from space? Oh, it looks better. Possibly looks better on the map view. I'm quite impressed with your ampersand as well. I'd probably just use a plus.
Yeah, but that's because I'm making no quitter.
I assumed that was the proud moment that he had.
It was the proud moment, yes.
No, when Mike has a proud moment, it just means he's sticking out a little bit.
Oh no.
I like playing with the language.
It's alright, but it's just the language. It's when you're playing with other things it gets awkward. What's the rating on the stream again?
Undefined.
dear. Coming up on 11:45.
That's true. And it's even weirder because of the hour change. I don't know whether that makes it. That makes it feel like it's even later, doesn't it? Yes, because yes, I had what felt like a lie-in this morning.
Yeah, so it's
but I hadn't
body
changed.
clock's 1:45.
I hadn't changed my the clock in my bedroom, so I woke up and went, oh, I suppose I better go and start get going and start doing work and stuff then, and then realised just afterwards that it was actually somewhat it was actually still only about something 8 something or other.
Actually, in fairness, we should think about poor Marc, who's in Germany, who thinks it's 1:45 right now in his body clock.
Oh yes, no wonder he's been quiet for the last however long. Sorry, Marc.
I'm just concentrating. Trying to, at least.
I concentrated once. Not sure it was worth it.
Right, I kind of want to finish off doing these drills because in a kind of I've started so I'll finish kind of way.
Go for it.
Oh. I have discovered if you drag across the landscape with the belt in have the bots put it down mode and then go back over it again in doing it manually, then you don't get the underground annoyances.
Okay.
But you still get the bots doing the bits that are so you still do the bits that you are better at doing, because I can drag across the world faster than they can lay the belts, but if there's anything in the way, then it's hard. Then it's much harder for me. Oh, I've run out of explosives. I've run out of cliff exploderoonies. Let's just go round this one. You can live this time, Cliff.
What Cliff?
If he wasn't always in the way, then he wouldn't get blown up now, would he?
True that.
Right, and then I can link these two over here like with another splitter. There we go. I think that's now these two. Where's the 8? There's my keyboard. Nope, missed a bit. Damn it. Fly, my pretty. Boonk. There we go. Right, now that drill's working fine. That drill's working. One on each side of the belt there, that seems sensible. Then over here, it can come through and join in with all of this. Here, I'm going to also put in a splitter, I think, like that. I suspect it's all going to come out on the left-hand side, but then if there is any sort of gumming up and jamming up of it, it will start to use both sides at least. Is that all the ones on the planet? I don't think it is. I think there's one way up here in the dim and distant distance. What's going on there? What can't be built? Presumably. No, what is that? Oh yeah, the oil refineries. I remember. But we seem to have enough coming through now. We've got a full pipe of petroleum gas there, so I don't care that there aren't enough parts there. So there is just one more patch where I can put in a drill, and then then I should call it an evening, I think. And I've already turned that lake green. Oh, up here. And I suppose later I should probably come back and think about Immersite, but that can be a thing for another day. Oh, I need to run power up and power and belts. Forgot power was a thing. Oh, there we go. And I think at the rate where these things are going at, a yellow belt is probably going to be enough. Actually, if I just fly up, like... I don't know. If I fly up like this and then fly back down again, placing it, then that will hopefully just, yeah, be the best of both. So now I can do this. And if I fly back, no, this, fly back down again just like this, then I'll place all the ones I can, and I can slow down a little bit to let the bots do the difficult ones, like that and that. And this is going to give me a load more coal for a lot more coal that I can put into the system at the bottom. Not that's particularly useful because the coal is not limiting anything, but you know, it's something to do with it. Oh, I need to get some sort of fuel system for the train. That's something I forgot about, because there is one train running still, even though I didn't manage to train all of the vulcanite core fragments. The train is still there is still a train being used for oil. Yeah, that's annoying. What? I'm scared by the bad news.
I'm building up a belt at the bottom of the bus. And he's added something at the bottom of the bus.
Oh, right.
Tristan!
I suppose I should go and look.
Aww.
What?
That bit he's added on the bottom of the bus, right?
It's a good time to end. End of session. End of session. End of session.
Yes, you can leave that for the you can continue that belt next week, perhaps. Because yes, I now have a supply of, well, I believe I have a supply of core fragments coming down here. I think I've wired everything up correctly. You never know. No, it's not producing anything. Is that a ghost? Did I run out of core mining drills? Yes, I think I just put down a go. Oh, for goodness sake. Right, I know I brought enough core mining drills for. Why is that bot floating there? Why are you? I'll worry about that some other time. So let's play. Where is the thing in the store? Oh, I haven't done artillery, meteorite defense, or umbrella defense. I should do those. I mean, unfortunately, they're just blueprints that I can copy paste, but they still need to be done. There's the drill. I knew I brought enough of them out. I just couldn't find that one for some reason. Right. The other one, yeah, all the other ones are real. It's just this one up here. I thought it looked a bit spooky when I put it down, but I didn't really think about it and look at it properly. There we go. Right, so I think I've now completed this planet, Oid, apart from the two defenses, the umbrella defense and the meteorite defense. So I've got a load of meteorite defense ammunition in the boxes down here, so I'll pass those across. That bot is bothering me because it's just sitting there and floating in the air and not going back into the roboport like a good bot should. But otherwise, yes, we now have a steady supply of power being generated. What's going on over here? How has this got? Oh, we don't seem to have enough gas power stations available. That's interesting. And so we're really short on power. Where did all the gas power stations go? Because I brought 10 of everything out that I needed, I thought. Or have we run out of bots? All the construction bots are available. I must have not multiplied it. There's one in. Is that one? Or is that something else? That's an atmospheric condenser. Okay. I must have just not brought in. Well, I've obviously not brought enough of them out. I must have accidentally removed the instruction to bring them or something like that. Okay. So we are going to be rather short of vulcanite. So I think I am going to need to bring another rocket out here, unfortunately, because I screwed up there. It's always a challenge with you, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's 51 something in it. They're all atmospheric condensers. Okay. I've got an enormous number of atmospheric condensers, but no, an absolutely enormous number of atmospheric condensers. Maybe I ordered the wrong thing and ordered atmospheric condensers instead of gas power stations. I think I must have done. Oops. Okay. Let's set up a quick shopping list of all the things I'm going to need to finish this off properly. So, and then I might bring out a rocket in order to come back home by rocket, so that I can have all of the miscellaneous bits and pieces I actually need. Why do we not have a rocket here yet? Got all the rockets Cargo rocket section. Oh, no space capsule. Okay, so let's order a capsule first, while I think of it. One of them. And then an absolutely huge number of gas power stations. Okay, will it tell me how many? No, not from here. Will it tell me how many now? Oh, it's only 68. That's less. That's far fewer than I thought. But I'm going to order 100 just in case it's. Just in case, oh no, I'm going to order a lot more than that. But no, it should be enough because the bots will have put out all of the roboports, so I should have enough of those. Let's say 100 anyway, and I'll go back and have a quick look at it and make sure that seems reasonable. 68 does feel reasonable though. I could bring more rail out, but there's no point now because I've done everything by belt. I want a rocket silo. And then I want to check how many rocket parts I've actually got. Get a discount if you order in bulk. Yes, yeah, they might all actually all arrive if you order in bulk. That's the way to look at it. So I have 38 rocket sections and an unknown number of stacked ones. 38, 48, 58, 63. So I have 63 rocket sections. I'm probably going to get maybe 20 at most, so I think I should probably order another 40 rocket sections, an additional 40 rocket sections. So this should say 140. Rocket sections 140. Rocket sections, that one. 140. I don't care about packing them. Rocket fuel. Oh, I need to think about rocket fuel. How much is it going to cost in rocket fuel to get a rocket back? It's going to cost. Well, it costs 60 to go the other way, so it's probably going to be the same. Probably. Don't know. Can you do delta V calculations? No, you can't. You cannot. Don't think you can. 60,000 rockets, liquid rocket fuel. I'm going to need a rocket fuel emptier, liquidizer, which is a
fuel refinery. The red
fuel
one.
Refinery. Thank you. Do I have fuel refineries? I'm not sure. I have a feeling I need them for something else over here, so I've already got loads. Is it these ones? Yeah, I've got. So I probably have some, but let's check. Because I feel silly if I don't. Yeah, there's some. There's 9 in there. It might. You're right. It might not be the same. I do have 1.2 thousand out here at the moment. So when you make liquid rocket fuel, it takes 1 solid rocket fuel to make 50. So if it's 60,000, that means I need about 1,000. 60,000, I need about 1,200, which is what I've got. So if I bring another 800 or so out in the rocket, then I should be absolutely fine. And anything I don't have, I can always bring back afterwards as well, which is nice, because I'll have a rocket to bring it all back in. And there's a landing pad there, which is I don't know. I'm not sure what we'll do with that, but we'll see. So I said another 800 or so, so that's 8 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it fills up to about there. I can stop it. Can anyone else remember anything that I... Oh, true. Takeoff costs a difference. It'll be a lot less. Yeah, it'll be much cheaper. Can anyone else think of anything else that I've forgotten for this build? Because I'm sure there's going to be some stuff, but I don't know what. I think I'm okay for pumps and ducts, but it's something that's certainly worth checking. Yes. Okay, that's enough fuel. Stop. There we go. No. Alright, so down here, I've got all these pumps pumping into here. This duct is full. It's passing over here successfully. Round here in a slightly nonsense-ish way, but I've probably got some more of these. Interesting. So these... Oh, I seem to have run out of roboports. That's weird, because that was part of the blueprint. Underground belt seems like a good shout. I think I might have quite a lot of them, but because I did order more. But it's again, certainly what you're right. Very right. It's worth checking. There's 120 in there, another 30 in there, another 9 there. I seem to be reasonably okay for underground belts. I don't think I need that many more because I've got everything built up now. It's just this power area here. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120. I want some more of those. I want some more of the gas power plants, because I only ordered 100, and I think I need more like 130, 120. So I'm going to put that up to 140. So I've got some spares. Roboports, thank you.
Logistic robots.
I did want them, but I'm about to leave, so I don't really need them anymore. But yeah, let's bring some anyway, and leave them up here for next time I come out. I think that's very worth having. And yes, I did want more bots. So let's have 50 logistics and another 200 construction. In fact, let's make that 100 logistics. There we go. Just fill my inventory up nice and quickly. So we've got enough of those. Got enough of those. Probably got enough of them. Yeah. Bots of uncertainty there by the looks of it. Okay, so what am I now short of? Don't know how to tell. Oh, look in here, that's how. Okay, so we've got. Oh, there aren't any logistics bots in the logistics network. That's interesting. When did we make bots? How long ago was that? Where are they? Oh no. No, it's obviously much later than this.
Here.
Ah, yes, thank you. Of course, there's no room, but I can put chest down there and a long inserter like that, and power as well. And then put some logic on that in a moment. Right, so that'll get me the logistics bots. The rest of the stuff seems to be on its way, being brought over, so that seems to be okay. Yeah, most of the stuff I need on that planet is now done. I'm just waiting for. There's just sort of a few little bits of tidying up and stuff to do. Come on, give me an inserter. This is the one thing. This is the one part I need to arrive, so that I can tell it not to put too much stuff across. Wire red insert. Oh, there it is. There it comes. Boom. And you connect to the logistics network, and we want you to work when that's a construction bot. When there's fewer than 100 logistics bots in that chest. How many have we got in here? 200. Fair enough. These are all reasonably suitable numbers. Okay, so that's going to bring all of that stuff out. We're now, yeah, it's going to take forever to get these logistics bots out. There's 32 on the way already. Apparently, maybe they come out a bit. Maybe they're being made a bit quicker than I realised then. Oh yes, because the slow, difficult part of these is making the flying robot frames, and we've got a load of those buffered up on a belt. Basic stuff I'm absolutely fine with. I don't think there's any modules missing. Let's have a look at this. We've got a load of. Okay, there's a load of air purifiers missing. There's still. Oh, let's bring out the other two oil refineries, because why not? I don't think I need them, but I think it's sort of worth. Let's make it slightly more than 2. Let's make that 4. Yeah, I don't think I actually need them. The system seems to be okay with only the 4 that are there at the moment. But there's no harm in bringing a few more out. Don't care about the solar. Do care about the roboports, but I've got them. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I'm slightly ashamed it's taken me 3 rockets to get this working rather than the two I was aiming for. But oh well. On the way, 104. Well done there. I asked for 4. It's delivering 8, and then it's probably going to get an extra 1 or 2 as well. So just is 8 the robot capacity, flying robot capacity?
I think so.
Right. Okay. Did you need lithium for something, Tristan? You seem to have requested a load for your rocket.
No, that was to get it. It's not for my rocket. It's to get it out of the random storage chest of shame that someone's put somewhere.
Oh, okay.
Someone.
Yeah. I'm totally not being pointed there.
That was. I suspect I know why that would probably have been there. Probably due to having had to basically empty my inventory when I left the planet.
Yeah, my problem was I didn't know where the random storage chest was.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Which means that the entire sorting system we have doesn't work.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
But
Right.
yeah, it's needed on the bus for... There's stuff that we'll want to make on the bus that
Yeah,
uses
I feel like it's
so.
going to be needed in large quantities for batteries, although those have probably been made off bus. But there's probably, I'm sure there'll be other stuff. We'll learn about that sooner
I
or later.
think looking at it, the stuff that the batteries are used for that we'll want to make on the bus, we might as well make the batteries on the bus for that.
Right.
But that's, yeah.
Okay. Right, I'm going to have a quick
Initial
look. While I'm waiting for the rocket to fill up, I'm going to have a quick look around at what other people have been up to. So, Marc has been producing metals in a very different way over here, where he's been turning the as we talked about before, he's been pulling in the ores are coming in and being processed as before, but then they're being melted with pyroflux in order to turn them into the liquid metals. And then up here we're turning those into steel ingots and iron ingots, both of which are then being passed out on the belts over here. And this is running fairly slowly, probably due to a massive shortage of pyroflux, if I have to guess. Because
of coal, actually.
Oh, coal. Okay, shortage of coal for making making the coke.
Yep.
Right. Okay. Not my fault. Woo. Uh, oh, it seems to be okay now. The coke is coming through fairly quickly there. And then and then more and more and more of it over here for the same sort of reasons. So how much of the pyroflux is coming from the core mining, and how much of it is from the stuff that I built? I've been sending over. Are we still basically all of it coming from the core mining from the amount we built up, or is it?
Yes.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, because I'm aware that the vulcanite supply I'm providing is not particularly huge.
The core mine has a train that is full, waiting to leave, and there's nearly another full train. Well, slightly over 50% of another train
Okay.
stored.
Yeah, because I am delivering vulcanite to here, but not particularly fast. So we now have a total of 4,700 vulcanite, and there's about 9,000 pyroflux in each warehouse in each tank. So yes, it's still definitely not enough for a train. You're right, and I suspect a train hasn't been here yet at all, because I don't think, because of the rate it's been being produced sent over at. Mike has been getting on with his module farm over here, so we are churning out the productivity 1s here, and productivity 2s are actually, yep, they're being made as well. So now we just need the productivity 3, but I think that requires, does that require vulcanite? Does it require cryonite? I forget.
Odds 3 requires vulcanite. Speed 3 requires innersight, and efficiency 3 requires cryonite.
Right. Okay. So, well, I've got the vulcanite being delivered. So when we eventually get a train load, then it can come over, and you can that sort of stuff can happen.
Yep.
Cryonite is being delivered to the random chest in the middle of the rails.
Right.
It's been delivered there for a reason. Don't worry.
Then yes, over here we've got the speed modules being done as well. There's tier 1s in exactly the same way, tier 2s up here, and then just going to a chest at the moment, because we don't need we don't have anything that can produce or deal with them yet, and we're going to be wanting to make those into 3s before we start shipping off in massive quantities anywhere. Despite the fact that all this is sort of somewhat run down is quite slightly too strong a word, but is no longer running quite as fast as it was before. We're still getting the trains coming in and dumping off enormous quantities of everything. So that's it's going to be a massive resource sink, but it's producing a lot of stuff. So they're going to be very useful later, I'm sure. And the fact that we're producing the blue motors in massive quantities, they're just going into the module production, are they? Oh yes, it looks like they are.
They are, yes.
Okay.
But I've not balanced it for mass export of them, but
could potentially be done. Maybe. I mean, at the moment, it would say, all it would save really is a bit of throughput on the bus, I think, a bit of the iron production throughput on the bus. So I think it probably doesn't matter.
It's more the way that I've wired up the iron copper stations to make them is not easily expandable.
Yeah, that's fair. No, I mean it's probably fine. I don't think we need to be putting them onto the bus from here, so I think that's okay. So that's Marc with the smeltings, Mike with the modulings. Let's have a look at non-Tristan Snowball, because we actually haven't looked there since the very start of the episode where I said, yep, Tristan's gone skiing. So, yeah, well, I mean, this is going to be a fairly similar system to what I've got on my planet. He's got all of the core mines with belts coming from them, all going to a central point here, where he's pulverizing that down into cryonite and ore fragments. The core fragments are going off to be processed. The cryonite is being processed through here in a cryonite way, as opposed to in the vulcanite way as I've been doing. And then we've got a belt. Yeah, I've got a nice belt of cryonite coming off this way up here, and delivery cannons. And in theory, we've got delivery cannon capsules coming down here. They're not really, because there's no core fragments being fed in, but presumably each of these guns has at least a few of them, so it is okay.
The left-hand ones I'm less worried about. It's the 2 cryonite ones that are critical that they have enough, because if they don't have enough, if they don't have a bit of a buffer, then they never send any, so it never makes more core fragments.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. The immersite is not going anywhere, but it is nice and purpley along here. Are you doing anything with the immersite, or are you just digging it up?
No, because I looked at the recipes and it's sufficiently awkward that we probably don't want to be doing that on every site, but we might need to.
Raw immersite is put in a delivery cannon in this particular case, or you can crush it and mix it with acid.
You can't send crushed immersite.
And that meant to make immersite sulfide. You can then turn that with nitric acid, into immersite powder. Immersite powder.
I saw it needed nitric acid and didn't look much further.
It needs 2 types of acid. That seems like a reason not to do it on site. That seems entirely reasonable to me.
It would be a use of all the rare metals, actually.
Oh, okay.
And the mineral water.
Maybe it's not so bad then. So nitric acid is rare metals and mineral water, is it?
And ammonia, which is hydrogen and nitrogen.
Okay. Yeah, so quite a few steps in there then. But yeah, as you can see, this is fairly similar to what I've been messing around with all stream. He's got the same sort of power systems up here, although he's gone for the other shape of them. And then he's gone for the umbrella defense and meteor defense, which I really need to do before I leave this planet. Actually, that's a thing that I should be doing. But I'll
check how those are doing.
So let's see if I
still filling up.
Let's just copy his. Let's be really lazy about this and just go up here and go. Yes, please.
So currently, the rate of steam production is unknown whether it's fast enough.
Right. Okay. And I'll put this in. I mean, if I put it in. Oh, I haven't got your steam. Your boiler. Or boilers. Apparently.
Oh, singular.
Okay. I haven't got
Which
your
is
boiler.
the potential problem.
I don't think I have. Wonder how much of this I've got the stuff for. Let's let that run and see how that gets on. And also I'm going to need a meteor defense system, which looks like that basically. Okay, that's pretty trivial.
Oh, I'm going to need to actually restock that and think about
how to keep it armed.
Yeah,
dangerous.
Because that's only got 8 left.
Ooh.
There's not a lot of spares coming out of places.
Oh, that's why I had quite a lot of the gigantic tanks, because I was planning to use the huge storage tanks, because I was going to use them for the steam storage system. I think I might have put this in the wrong place. Oh, no, that's probably all right. Yes, I put this in completely the wrong place. I forgot they need to be on. It needs to be on a separate power network.
Yes. Mike, your train stacker for Module City.
Yep.
You have the potential risk of because you put signals
up behind another one.
Yeah. I can see the logic of putting the
these all connected together.
Chain of signals in there, not chain signals. A bunch of signals. Yeah, a bunch of those.
The risk is that you end up with a train at the front waiting for copper to go free or whatever, and then stack behind that.
Yeah, because they will presumably tend to all use the same one, even if there's a train already in it.
The honest truth is I don't know. Yeah, that makes a certain level of sense in terms of pathing. The algorithm will decide one of those is the best.
Yeah.
And direct everything down that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, can remove the signals. Not going to hurt me. I mean, I'd also assume that would be a jam that clears itself pretty quickly if it did happen.
It shouldn't take too long to clear itself, correct? Yeah. And yeah, you've got a chain on the input, so that'll... It won't back out all the way onto the main line.
Right.
Yeah, you can... It's completely fair enough to say, yes, I'm aware, I don't care.
I don't really care. Yeah, I've not seen it being remotely an issue yet. I mean, yes, that doesn't mean it won't be at some point, but for now, yeah.
Yeah, the potential issue is 2 copper trains turn up, and then a glass train, and the first copper train goes and unloads, and the second copper train waits, and the glass train queues behind it.
Yeah, in theory, that should only take as long as it takes to unload one copper train.
Yeah.
Yeah, all your trains should have somewhere to go, so you should never get a permanent stuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not too worried about it on that front. It is 12:10.
Yeah, I realised I had a thing I hadn't completed, so I started doing it again. Started building again, sorry. And now I've got no power, which is unfortunate. Why have I got so little power? Oh, it's because... No, I haven't put down the umbrella defense. The boiler isn't going. I don't know why I've got no power. Oop, suddenly I've got a blip of power. Oh, I've got so little power. Yeah, I've browned out my power generation. It's going to be...
Yeah.
All right, let's deal with that.
Yeah, you've been expanding nice and rapidly, just looking at your power graphs and what you're doing.
Yeah.
And as a result, your power consumption is the throttling factor on your growth rate.
There we go. Cut off most of the base so that I can get my own. There we go. That's fixed now. I can let these things sort of wind up a little bit.
It means that you've got stuff that's not built that is kind of essential, which is queued behind stuff which is unimportant.
Yeah, the rest of the rest of the power plant can't be built until the next rocket arrives. But until fairly recently, it was okay. But I think I've now gone out and put in too many drills, so everything is now a bit overloaded.
Yeah.
And delivery cannons.
Not delivery cannons. Yes.
The meteor defense guns charging up take a fair bit of power.
Yeah, there's quite a few things that
it's actually looking back historically. No, it seems to be almost entirely the mining drills. They're taking 84 megawatts, and there's nothing else has spiked up anything like as high. Although that's because I was short of power for all that mostly for the last 21 minutes. Oops. Right, but at least now we've got all of the we've managed to make the oxygen now, so that all of the what's the name things, all the gas power stations have now kicked back in again. So now we do have availability of power again, but we're still using a significant chunk of it just to generate power, which is not good. As soon as I put this pylon back in, probably going to have issues.
Yeah, so it's where it just needs to be.
Yeah, actually we're now at half 50% satisfaction, so that is better than it was before. That might be enough to sort of, I don't know. There's no point in trying. I want to get an idea of what I'm missing for construction, which and that's all that really matters. And it seems to be, there's a few pipes and power's gone again. It's a few pipes, another tank, and that's about it. I think. So let's quickly come over here. Has all of this stuff arrived yet? Yes, it has. Okay, so I can go in here, clear out all of those, and say I would like an additional very large tank, which is that one. Let's have 10 of them, just because. I'm going to want a load more pipes because I've realised about that. And what was it? Oh yeah, turbines. For some reason I don't seem to have enough turbines, which is very strange because I thought I just copied and selected the thing, but maybe not. Turbines, that one.
Tristan, you'll find this interesting. The station I just pinged down the one above it. We've got unbalanced loading systems.
Oh yeah, there's one chest, one warehouse that's got thousands in it.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, on some of the stations I've gone through adding a thing so that only the full ones unload. It's favoritism all over again.
It's favoritism on the inputs rather than on the outputs,
yeah.
which is another different thing.
Yeah. Which seems kind of weird.
Ooh, cliff explosives. That's another thing I needed. Thank you.
It's the same effect essentially.
Yeah, one space comes free in the
yeah, and the favorite puts it in, uses it.
Yeah.
So I'll find a station that's got.
I can think of exactly how to do it. Yeah. It's not hard to do.
Yeah, this one down there has it.
Pipes on the way, tanks on the way, explosives on the way.
So the arithmetic combinator in the middle.
Yeah.
That is pointless. It's just there on the one I copied.
Right, I think that's I'm going to call that sufficient now, I think. If I launch this rocket, then we'll have all of the gas power stations in it, so it'll finish off all of my power creationary stuff, and then hopefully everything else will then be alright. I might need to wait a little while for the power to kick in, so I think I'll probably call the stream at that point once I've seen it do some building. We're just waiting for another 28 pipes and the 30 cliff explosives. Cliff explosives, please. Well, they'll be here sooner or later. Then we can launch this rocket over there, get that ready, up and ready, and sort it out, and then I think we'll end the stream at that point, because it is getting a bit late, as Mike has pointed out about 4 times now, and he's not wrong, I have to admit. So, do want to get this up and running. Do want to get off to bed, otherwise I'll be all tired and cross-patched for tomorrow and not be able to get anything useful done at work. But the bots have stopped on the way over to charge up, because they're tired as well. I want to turn the game speed up for sort of the next minute or so, just to get the bots to arrive quickly. Does anyone else have anything they want to finish off before we end the session?
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just yak shaving.
Fair enough. Right, as soon as these cliff explosives arrive, and get put into the rocket, I'm going to launch it. There we go. Right. Go take a shoot. No, I should take these out as well, because otherwise I'll just get more of those for next time. And I should turn this off as well, so Tristan can use the loading system.
I don't have current plans to need it, but someone else might want to.
Yeah, just being tidy. Don't get used to it.
Tristan, do you need the left train?
Nope. I was just putting a locomotive back in there.
Here's all the stuff.
Make it available.
The question is, are the robots in a suitable place to come along and take it all away? Or have they all gone? Well, there's all of these. If I take them and them, and I can shove all of those robots into here, like that.
Power issues. Or will have power issues, rather they've been recharging slightly.
Now, all of this stuff up here, yep, as we know, is all cut off from the power. That's absolutely fine. We're expecting that. And we've got, plenty of power down here. But now we should be able to get, the bots will head out this way and start actually building up all of these gas turbines out here. So this should now then be able to start doing stuff. Yeah, you can see them all dropping them off as they go along. That's quite cool. And then Mike will come in and clear out all the purple from the map for us, which is very, very helpful. There's a little bit more over here. Oh yeah, we're going to finish as well very soon, Madman, don't worry.
Bye, Madman.
Bye, mate. But catch you on Discord, I suppose. So, yes. And hopefully now we've got enough stuff to build up all of this. We'll leave that to run, and there'll probably be enough wood in here that I think all of these are going to now be basically okay. I can probably now switch the main power back onto the rest of the. Actually, let's have a look at it. See how much. Yeah, so there we go. Now we've got up to 491 megawatts available. So I can probably put in that like so. and now everything's going to charge up again, and suddenly, yeah, we're using 3/4 of the power. So that's pretty good. We've got enough power available. There was a spike here from the delivery cannons as they all charged up and got ready, but that's okay. I mean, again, kind of expected. They do that sort of thing. We now seem to have a reasonably stable power supply. Well, it is stable. It is sufficient. We don't seem to have gone over yet, so that's good. The boiler over here is not doing anything for some reason. Or is it? Oh, it's not. Yeah, there we go. What temperature of steam do we produce for the turbines? Is it 500 degrees?
Did it not copy the recipe?
I didn't copy the turbine. I missed the boiler. Max temperature 415, so I'll put 500 in. Right, there we go. That'll gradually start to fill those up over a bajillion years. Do I have any more of these to put in along here? I hope so.
I added 2 more core fragment trains on Nauvis.
Okay. Is that actually needed? Because I saw them sitting there in the station waiting to go to one of them.
No. We already had a throughput issue, I believe.
Right, so that is...
No, there's destination full. There's no coal mine for it to go to.
Oh, not enough logistics storage space.
This one.
Yeah.
Right, I need to do a bit of tidying up of all of this stone, but other than that, put it into here. We do gradually get through the stone in here because it's now down to 20. No, it's up to 27k again. But I think that's because I keep throwing more stone in there. Never mind. There's a lot of stone being generated by these builds. Yeah. So I think yes. Before we what would now it's only very, very late rather than very, very, very late. Let's stop the stream here. So thank you everyone for watching. Please check out the sponsor treefuel.be. Use the code Laurence Plays to get 20% off, etc., etc. The 1 month free deal expires today. So if you're quick, you can. No, actually no, it will have expired now because it's now the November. Sorry about that. It's gone. So yeah, but still, you can still get 20% off if you use my code. We'll be playing this again next Monday. There'll be some videos to catch up on what we've been up to at the weekend, because we've been up to some exciting stuff this time, so there's going to be lots and lots for me to talk about. And then I'll be playing Dyson Sphere Program on Wednesday, so please come along then. And there'll be, there's a few other video things coming out here and there and everywhere. So, as always, thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. And yeah, come along to Discord and join in and comment if you want to, and join in the conversation. We're also starting a Cosmere read-through, so we're a couple of chapters into the first Mistborn book, so if you fancy joining in with a bit of actual literacy stuff, then please do. It's a fantastic book series, and the more people we can get reading it, the better. I can even provide ebooks for it if you want. Yeah, I don't have a great deal more to say, I don't think, so as ever, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. Have a good one.
Bye, chat.
I do like that the last comments in both Twitch and YouTube are Mike is the best. And it's not from me either.